Seth, appreciate the update there. Again, for those that are just kind of tuning in here, we are doing severe weather coverage. And also, I just want to let folks know, just started up our stream here to where you can also watch us online, doing some streaming here, many different places that you should be able to hopefully find us. So I encourage you to go and check that out. And we're going to be on TV here doing our thing, and that's kind of our policy. We've got tornado warnings in effect. So here's what we've got. Again, you can see Seth's location here. We're going to have his little icon. We'll go ahead and take that full, and you can see, where he's at in relation to that storm there. And so as that eventually starts to come into So we have to, kind of treat this as, a pretty serious situation, because the atmosphere is primed pretty good for severe storms to develop, okay? And that's what we're looking at here over the next few hours. We kind of said all along this is going to be, maybe a 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. time frame. So as you look back out here, towards Champaign and Decatur, not a whole lot going on just yet. But this whole line, the models have been pretty consistent on wanting to form the storms and, have them maintain their strength as they kind of rip across the area. So right now, tornado, I got to tell you, Jacksonville, that storm there is quite intense, a ton of lightning embedded in there. It's going to be really difficult to try to pinpoint some of the areas of rotation, but we're definitely seeing some of it in there. What we're going to do, I'm going to switch it over. We're going to look at basically the velocities within this and try to find some of the areas of rotation. And as I mentioned, it's just so hard to do sometimes in this sort of scenario. So you kind of have to treat this whole area as if you might have something, but boy, there's a lot of heavy rainfall. You're going to see just a ton of lightning out of these. Oh, look at the lightning strikes here. I just kind of plop those on there. The lightning strikes here are incredible. What we can do is basically ask the radar to estimate, how many lightning strikes we've had. And how about that? 862 lightning strikes showing up. So this is similar to this morning when we had all of those storms come through. Lots of reports of damage from lightning hitting, a tree, or lightning hitting power poles and taking out some of the, the power in some areas. I won't be surprised if we're going to be dealing with the same thing. These are some intense storms with a lot of electricity going on here. That is the view from our radar, but we have the eyes that are going to be showing us what's going on to the west and at Springfield. And there's our camera view. And I'm going to kind of pan this just around a little bit, give you kind of start to make out that little shelf cloud there off in the distance. And so I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more, and you can kind of see some of that starting to take place. And so that's going to be kind of that leading edge of the storm as it begins to roll in. So just let the camera kind of adjust there, but you're going to see it. You've seen it before if you've lived here for any period of time. It's that kind of leading edge, and it will become even clearer as that line begins to move in. So we're basically looking off straight to the west here from Springfield, and it will be. This is what I mean by this. We've got this line coming through. Some of these circulations, and most of these circulations, are going to be what we call rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see anything at all. So this isn't the typical, classic Midwesterner that goes out and, he doesn't take shelter and thinks they're going to see something. You're not going to see nothing. You're going to see, a bunch of, heavy rainfall. Look at our camera there. It's also bouncing around pretty good in Springfield as the storms are, they're moving at a pretty good clip. At last look, they are moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So that's the next thing we can do for you. is just show you the general direction that these storms are moving and try to put a little bit of a plot on there for how quickly they're going to arrive, since this whole thing is kind of a line. So what we're going to do here, we're going to come along. We're going to say, all right on the leading edge of this storm as it moves off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. And these are some of your times of arrival that you're going to have. And so you've got New Berlin at 5:48, Springfield at 6:07 coming in, so a little less than a half hour for you, Rochester, Auburn, and down the line as that moves to the east. We'll clear that off and then show you the radar loop. And so there's the new warning. So new warning now in effect. New warning in effect. I'll go ahead and show you that loop still so you can kind of see what we're dealing with here. New tornado warning. You can see it's right there. New Berlin, you need to be taking shelter. The Farmingdale area, taking shelter right now. So that's the newest tornado warning that has been issued from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning for Menard, Morgan, and Sangamon County. And that's going to be until, let's see here, tornado warning until 6:15 p.m., moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. Tornado quarter-size hail going to be possible. This is going to include Interstate 72 between mile markers 72 and 91. Between 72 and 91. Sirens are going off. We're hearing in Jacksonville from individuals saying, they're hearing the sirens go off. So if you're watching us here, you can take us on the go, whether you're watching on the WCIA3 weather app. We're streaming on Facebook right now. If you don't have a TV in your basement or your place of shelter, your bathroom, you can watch the stream here. So I want everyone to know that when you do have to eventually take shelter, because I have a feeling that more warnings are coming, that you can count on us doing that streaming coverage so you can take your mobile device and still watch us. All right, another warning just coming out here. So now they're warning this entire line, essentially. So this is now going to be coming into western portions of Logan County. Petersburg to Greenview. All right, it's coming in western Logan County now. You can see the Weather Service there where the Doppler radar is located there in Lincoln. So we've got three different tornado warnings that are currently in effect right now. On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and I'll probably have to move it because there are bugs probably covering it up, but I just want to show you Seth's location where he is at right now. And so he's going to be getting in position up there on those storms and have a view from them as well. Right now, just to show you everyone the big view of things. I know a lot of people that are tuning in here, just in the last hour or just in the last few minutes or so. These are the general directions the storms are going. There's nothing in Champaign. There's nothing in Decatur right now, Monticello, Clinton, Shelbyville, Mattoon, Charleston. Nothing right now. The biggest concern, and this is always the case here when we talk severe weather, if I'm not talking about your town, you're okay at this point. When I start shouting out your towns, that's when you need to be concerned. That's when you need to be most likely taking shelter given the situation, okay? So right now, our concerns are for far western portions of Sangamon County. You've got I-72, Alexander, all the way to Kern, New Berlin. That's the tornado warning area. Let's see if we can see anything in terms of on our velocity for some rotation in there. So we've got a little something trying to go, and that's the reason for the tornado warning is right there. If you're near the New Berlin area, you need to be taking shelter. The rotation is showing up on this storm. Let's take a look. I'm going to show, that's our view again from Seth. We'll be checking in with him here in just a second. But I'm just going to show kind of another radar product that I use here that shows me things. That rotation is essentially right there. Okay, between Pleasant Plains, New Berlin, that's the Tornadic location. Rotation right here. You need to be in your tornado safe spot, lowest level of your house, as that storm is starting to take shape. Once again, in the middle of this, it's going to be impossible to see it. Some of that rotation is embedded in the rain. But that's the area of concern right now. Rotation showing up just to the north of I-72 and moving off to the east. We're also starting to get some indications of maybe some hail in there. I would not be surprised. Ashland probably getting some of that hail. That's right up here. The Ashland area seeing the hail. But the rotation on that storm coming right there just south of Pleasant Plains. You should be in your tornado safe spot. The rotation is evident. Some strong winds in there. And yes, Springfield. Be paying attention, Springfield, as this line starts to head in your direction. Let's see what our view looks like from our Springfield camera now. The camera that looks right there to the west. And again, starting to see a little bit more structure to those clouds as that leading edge pushes in. We will do our best to see our, the views that we can get. I mean, this thing's coming right down the pike. I mean, it's coming right there into, western Sangamon County. So we're going to be watching this carefully and try to see if we can see any of that. The contrast is not great here this evening, but you can just see just the barely leading edge of that storm system beginning to move in. So we will continue to monitor that over the next 30 minutes. Springfield, technically not under a warning just yet. If this continues with the rotation, you will be under a warning in the next 15 minutes if that would continue. Back to the radar view here, as we're showing you the various areas. So there's Seth, kind of coming in there to southern portions of Sangamon County. If you're watching us in Ashland, you probably just had a good amount of hail that possibly just fell. If you're in Farmingdale, be in your tornado safe spot. Many people asking, what about kind of down the line? What are we going to get here? Well, we're going to have to keep watching things. Decatur, yeah, eventually, if this would continue. But right now, the biggest threats are going to be into western portions of Logan County as this storm begins to move in, western portions of Sangamon County, just basically west of Springfield, Curran, I-72, and I got to tell you, just that thing trying to hook just a little bit more has me a little concerned there. Definitely be watching things if you are anywhere in western Sangamon County right now with this tornado warned storm that is moving off here to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So here's the loop, so you can get the general idea of where these storms are going. There's a little bit more of a kind of easterly and northeasterly component to them. So, maybe this starts to come a little bit more into the northern portions of Sangamon County, maybe staying north of I-72 where some of the rotation is located at this point. But we have to watch sometimes, if these can turn to the right just a little bit more. All of that is in play. Tornado warnings continuing to kind of sprinkle the area here with this huge line. And the models have been saying that this line could remain severe or even tornadic all the way to I-57, all the way to Champaign. So don't let your guard down. If you don't have anything yet, you could eventually see storms. These storms are firing and are tapping into a really volatile atmosphere when it comes to the wind shear component that is out there. So we'll stop the view there once again. Here's our storm. I would say that some of the best rotation on that right near New Berlin and just to the north of I-72, but I mean it is barely. So basically right about here is where our rotation is located. Let me just kind of move our arrow. Rotation's going to be right here. That's the area of concern. Pleasant Plains up here, you might get a little bit of hail, but right in here, and what I'll do is we'll click back to the velocities. And so there's going to be something hanging right there, real close, just north of I-72. Okay, folks, so be in your tornado safe spot, and we'll see what the Weather Service does. Tornado sirens going off in Greenview up in Menard County. So severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, just being issued here. So things are going to start to get a little messy in terms of the radar view because you've got severe thunderstorm warnings, the orange boxes. You've We've got tornado warnings, and obviously all the colors from the radar. So orange, severe thunderstorm warnings. Within the orange are the red boxes where there could be a tornado. Farmingdale. And I'm just going to, here's the thing. West Springfield, the airport there, Archer area, Bradford, those areas there. Just be planning on maybe having to take shelter here pretty quick, or I would be heading there pretty soon. Just got reported some quarter-sized hail in Pleasant Plains, so no surprise there. So there's Pleasant Plains, and that purple color is going to be your hail. So we're getting some quarter-sized hail there. That's the hail part of the storm. And then you've got the rotating part of the storm that's essentially located right here. So this is coming in, folks. If you are in Sangamon County, let's see what our camera view looks like now. And again, a little bit more of that definition starting to show up as that line gets in here, and you're going to see some really strong winds on the very, kind of far leading edge of this. So what we look for, obviously, is going to be any kind of a lowering in there. And I'm just going to kind of pan the camera around a little bit, so just kind of forgive me here as we kind of do this on the fly, but we have controls of the cameras. And a lot of people think, that sometimes it looks like a big spaceship coming in, kind of the shelf cloud there. And so that's what you're kind of looking at there when you get some of the contrast. And so I'm just going to pan it along the leading edge here, and this is what we're looking for. Any kind of lowerings. Right now, I'm just not seeing anything that's got me too terribly concerned, from a tornadic perspective, but, that thing definitely has a lot of wind in there. So we're going to keep watching it, and we'll keep checking back in on our camera view there. That's the nice thing, is we're going to have a straight view looking right into this storm, so we can really kind of tell exactly what's going on. Let's bring you back over to the radar now. A lot of heavy rainfall in there and a ton of lightning on our storms now that are moving off here to the east. Biggest concern is going to be into western Sangamon County. We've got Seth that's out there right now. Seth, looks like you're kind of coming into the south side of Springfield here before too long on I-55. If we've got Seth, let me know back there, guys. And we'll toss to him because he's going to be coming in pretty soon to that storm. Seth, let's toss it over to you, and if you can give us a little report on kind of what you're seeing there. You're still a little bit off in the distance right now, but soon you're going to be heading towards that storm.
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. Right now I am on Chatham Road, getting ready to come in here through the east side of town. So that's where I'm at right now, entering the eastern city limits. Like you said, the view hasn't been fantastic up to this point, but the skies have gotten a whole lot darker here. I've noticed my thermometer in here has gone up just a little bit as I've entered closer to the storm as well. But it's just kind of got that feeling to it. You see the skies darkening in the distance. I'm sure pretty soon, once we kind of get a little bit out of town here, perhaps on the north side of town, we'll be able to get a view looking out there to the west and probably see a pretty well-defined shelf cloud moving through. But for the moment, we're going to be probably fighting some intersections here in Chatham as we try to make our way into the north side of town. But I am now officially here in Chatham, and I would have to guess within the next 3 or 4 minutes, I'll probably be able to jump north of town here and be able to take a good look at this thing, because all I can see at the moment is just kind of these dark skies. There's not a whole lot of contrast here just yet. So I'm right here in Chatham at the intersection of Walnut Street and Gordon Drive is where I'm at right now. Going to try to get somewhere there into the middle of town and perhaps shoot north and look outside of town there without any obstruction of trees or buildings and such. So we'll continue to work on that. Like I said, Kevin, probably just a couple of minutes away from having a pretty solid view on this thing, looking into the belly of the beast, so to speak. But like you said, this line is just extending here all across the area, up and down the I-55 corridor here, and it's going to continue to race off here to the east. So we'll keep tracking this, maybe toss it back here in about 2 minutes or so, or I'll yell something in your ear, and we'll start, even right now, we can kind of look out here to the northeast, or to the northwest side of town, I should say. Some really dark skies, but like I said, Kevin, I'll get you a better view here in about 2 minutes. So in the meantime, I'll toss things back to you. Feel free to keep the camera view up.
Okay, there we go. There's the view that you're getting from Seth right now in the storm tracker. We are watching these storms here carefully. We're watching them also from our camera view there in Springfield. We're gonna see that shelf cloud kind of coming in here. And so what we're gonna do here, let's do a little bit more of our storm tracking. Got to bring up some of my storm tracking tools here, and we come over here and allows me to kind of control the radar right here with you. And we zoom in to this area here. So here's Springfield. All right. Now, notice this, kind of taking a little bit more kind of a northeasterly turn here. Maybe up towards the airport, I'd be concerned a little bit. So here's the airport up here, coming in to the north and west side of town, watching this along I-72. When we try to look at the velocities here, I got to tell you, doesn't look as impressive as maybe it once did. But these are one of those things where you get a little spin up that happens really quick, and you could get a tornado to form. So maybe something right about there, but very difficult to kind of pinpoint that. Let's come back up here to our storm that is up into moving into Logan County. So right there, that's the Doppler radar. That's the National Weather Service in Lincoln. Okay, that's where all of this radar data comes from. They've got a tornado warning that does not include Lincoln, but comes into the western portions of Logan County. And once again, difficult to see. The radar signatures tonight are going to be just, we call it messy. And it's not the clear, hook echo. It's not the clear couplet sometimes that you can really kind of pinpoint and see things. So we're going to do our best to kind of track these for you. They're going to also be embedded. Any tornado is probably going to be embedded in rain, as this turns into more of we call a linear event. Lines out, you got a line of storms instead of the little individual discrete cells. The concern was, all right, could we get any of these discrete cells out here? Do you see this? See these storms here? If we didn't have the morning storms to come through and kind of rob some of the atmosphere of the energy and instability, these would probably be warned right now. But we don't have as much of that instability just yet. Now, it's increasing, but because of those morning and early afternoon storms, that actually kind of decreased some of that. They've recovered back here, which is why these storms are so intense right now. But so far, the ones in southern Champaign County, southern Macon County, Moultrie County, not severe. So the concern going to continue to be with our storms that you're looking at right here. So let's come back in. Look at all those warnings all the way back to Missouri too. This is where we've got the potential for a tornado. So we've got a few different areas we're watching here. Here's Morgan County. I've been watching this one coming into the west side of Springfield. So what I'm going to do here, I want to bring it back over, and I'm going to bring up our weather camera in Springfield because we're going to be able to see that thing pretty good to give us that view. And probably start to watch it just a little bit more. We may have to kind of pan it a little bit to the north and west, as we're kind of located obviously in the downtown. Wow, look at that! Look at that thing. So that is the leading edge of the shelf cloud there. That is in Springfield. Seth is on the bottom right of your screen. He's coming through the Chatham area and heading north, but all right, so here's what we're looking at, folks. And so we've got a pretty good little view here. All right, so if there would be something, I'm looking in the general area where that would be. See that little area that kind of lowers just a little bit from the main part of the shelf cloud there, but look at that thing. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just hop back on the wall here for a second, guys, so I can kind of pinpoint a couple of things. So we've got our, right here, this is your shelf cloud. Leading edge here, strong winds. And then you might just kind of look for some lowerings here, okay? Nothing is standing out to me, but this is a huge area where the winds will kick up. Now you may also see even is there a little bit of a greenish tint in there? Sometimes that is an indicator of some hail that could be in that. And so we're seeing maybe just a little bit of it. But this is what it looks like coming into Springfield right now. And you can see a lot of lightning there. I'm gonna keep watching, and you can do the same with me. Not seeing anything that is overly concerning in terms of a tornadic circulation. But here in the next few minutes on the northwest side of town, those winds are going to kick up, and you're going to see that storm start to take a look. Seth also has a view of it. Now he's getting the view. If we can take his shot there. Seth, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Kevin, I'm just north of Chatham now, just a little bit south of Woodside here. So I'm just kind of on the southern side of Springfield here, just kind of the outskirts of the city. And we've got ourselves a pretty long looking shelf cloud here. I'm sure it's a similar view to what you're getting on the Springfield camera. But if we just kind of, zoom things in, you can just see all the dark skies underneath this thing. So definitely some strong winds embedded within this thing. As we've mentioned, it's going to be hard to pinpoint areas of rotation, but this is the signature look whenever you have these just bowing linear segments here, and that's exactly what we're seeing again kind of on the southwest side of Springfield as we are soon to kind of hit 72 here in just a moment. I'm gonna keep a lot of my options in mind here, the storm kind of closing in on me, so I'll probably get as good of a view on this as I can as I make it up here to the interstate area. Then I might try to exit off there to the east just a little bit along 72 just to see if we can get some sort of kind of just get ahead of this thing a little bit, get away from Springfield just with how hectic it can be there around the city. But I'm telling you, Kevin, look how dark it is there on the horizon. This storm is rolling on in, and pretty soon things are going to get pretty windy right where I'm at right now. So again, I'm on Route 4, Illinois Route 4 here, continuing to head to the north, but very soon I'm going to be shooting off to the east, and we'll go from there and see what we can see. Kevin, back to you.
It's a lot. We're getting that view here again from our camera, and you can see, the Capitol there, and then that shelf cloud that's going to be kind of coming into the area. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pan it around because we're about to get kind of overtaken by that shelf cloud, but just slowly bring it back across. And so here's the thing. There might be a circulation in there. It's tough to kind of pinpoint them, but looking off there, you're probably going to have some hail. There's some strong winds on the leading edge of this too. So now we're looking to the north and west a little bit more from our location in downtown, and just kind of, I'm just panning this around. I know you're seeing a lot of cables. Our camera's way up high here, and obviously where some antennas and things are, but that's the view that we're getting with this storm. They have not carried the tornado warning further. They went ahead and opted with the severe thunderstorm warning on that cell coming into Springfield. But it is something, every radar scan starts to bring us something a little bit different. We'll come back to the view that we're getting from our cameras and from Seth. Yeah, Seth, can you, I was wondering, like I was seeing on the camera there, it looked like it was kind of a greenish color. Would you say that you're kind of seeing that greenish color there too, which would indicate a little bit of hail?
Yeah, that's absolutely what I'm seeing. Sometimes it's a little hard for the cameras to show it, but I can see with my own eyes. This is just a area of green here right on the leading edge of the storm. And like I mentioned a second ago, I'm about as close to this thing as I want to be as we start to enter the south side of Springfield. My next decision here, I'm going to hop on to 72, race off to the east. I'm going to plan on just kind of heading out to Rochester for the moment, kind of get a better view, get some distance between me and the storm. So that's where I'm going to head, Kevin. I'll probably have my rear view camera kind of pointing towards things to keep an eye on it. But about to be overtaken here. Definitely don't want that to happen, so we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that's the thing there, as a storm chaser spotter and you're going out, you want to stay ahead. You don't want to get caught in the rain there. So let's kind of show you Seth's location. Okay, and this new radar scan just started to kind of develop some more, little leg of that storm, so to speak, just kind of to his south and west. The strongest part is still just to the north, though, of his location. But they opted that severe thunderstorm warning. You can see this huge kind of orange box there. That warning, northern Sangamon County, all the way over to actually the Macon County line, Illiopolis, and then Logan County, Chestnut area, obviously Lincoln. So we've got a couple different things we're watching. We're watching severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning. That tornado warning in Logan County now. The way things are looking, the Sangamon County storm not showing the same signs of rotation as it did earlier. So they've actually dropped the tornado warning there. But I just want to go just to the south. And now we get down here into Macoupin County. These are some other cells that we're going to have to watch carefully as they cross towards eventually the Carlinville area. Maybe they come towards Raymond and then say southwestern portions of Christian County. There's Morrisonville, Taylorville there. Where do those storms go in the next hour or so? So we're watching a few different areas here. So here's our one coming out of Macoupin County, eventually into Montgomery. Does this kind of skirt its way into Christian and Shelby County? Well, that's one area of concern. Then we come back here and we look at our other storms that are to the north. And this is coming into Sangamon County right now, severe thunderstorm warning. Notice the deeper, darker reds now coming into Logan County, and that's where the tornado warning is in effect. And that's going to be coming towards our friends there at the National Weather Service and is, obviously going to be somewhat of a concern for them before too long. We'll see if they carry the warning, the tornado warning there further east. It's one of those situations where, and we kind of had this morning, you get one radar scan and it looks really good. And you say, there's the circulation. That's where a tornado could be. And the next scan comes across and, all right, it doesn't look as impressive as it once did, which is good news. The problem is that these things can spin up so fast, you get the circulation there and then it's gone. The warning goes out, you stay with the warning just in case, but you almost just have to be super proactive and act as if, hey, if this storm's coming in, I should probably be just taking shelter just in case here, because it's had a history of, producing those little spin-up rotation areas. Crossing I-55 now and going to be coming into Lincoln in the next few minutes. Kind of widen the view out here, looking at the storms. I'll just come back here because some of you may be going, what about these storms over here into Champaign County right now? Sydney there, Oakwood. Nothing there is showing severe. The storm over here near Lovington, maybe a little hail in that storm there, not to the severe criteria just yet. So we're watching that. Again, if we didn't have those morning storms today to kind of, tamper things down a little bit in terms of the instability, those storms there probably would be severe and we'd probably be talking tornado warnings, but that's not the case here at this time with those storms that are out ahead of this line. But the concern is going to be there, Logan County, with the tornado warning that is in effect up there. So we've got Seth down there with us. I'm just going to kind of let our crews know here, as is always the case with us, our policies are to be on for tornado warnings in our viewing area, which we currently have there into Logan County. We'll see if they continue to carry this basically further to the east into Logan County or not. If they put this back to severe thunderstorm warning, we would be back to technically no tornado warnings in our viewing area at this time. So we're watching this storm here down into Macoupin County. Again, technically not us, that's the St. Louis area. So if they don't issue that tornado warning further into Logan County, we will just kind of proceed with starting the 6 o'clock newscast wherever you guys are. So you guys kind of make that call back there. But we're going to stay with this just for now, just to see if the Weather Service carries this off to the east or not. So far, the tornado warning has not been extended into Logan County, into McLean County just yet. I mean, that's still a really intense storm. Let's come back to our weather camera here in Springfield as we await that storm as it comes through. And there you go. So now raining pretty good. Now you're not going to be able to pick out any kind of a definition to the storm clouds there in Springfield. But obviously the dark clouds there, the heavy rainfall, and probably quite a bit of lightning is showing off. I am getting a report that the sirens are going off in Springfield. I believe the emergency manager just said that. So technically not under a tornado warning, but there may be some sirens that are going off. So I'm just trying to confirm some of that information here. We're looking at Springfield. That's the view from our camera. We're looking straight west right now. What we want to look for, if there is any kind of a circulation, would be some kind of a power flash or anything. And those kind of show up as a bright green color of some sorts. Right now, I'm not seeing anything, but I just read that they have decided to sound the sirens there. Not a clarification as to, if they've seen something, because it is up to, emergency managers and various people for that. And they can sound those even if there's not a warning. That's kind of the policy of how that works. So we're efforting some information about that to see why maybe they're sounding those sirens. But Seth is out there. Seth, can you talk to us here real quick? I know you might be in the thick of it there, but what are you seeing there right now? Because it sounds like you're about to get hit.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can really tell very well based on radar, but there's a little bit of an appendage kind of branching off to the east of where I was. So again, I'm coming on the southeast side, and I think that little appendage is jumped overhead. It's just so dark. Look at the contrast there in the sky as I'm now making my way, again, kind of more to the south and east here. And it's quite literally a night and day difference here. So just kind of a wild thing to see. Really dark cloud cover right over the top of me right now. I'm doing my best to get east here and get ahead of this thing, but the winds, as I was on 72 there, just moving the vehicle around here against my will, and it looks like there's going to be just that little appendage that's going to try to interrupt things here for me. So I'll do my best to kind of stay out of the action here, but I'm going to have to cut it a little farther south to kind of buy myself some time. So my plan is to head to Rochester and perhaps go south of there, because I think the northern part of this line just angling too far northeast for me to think about anything else. So that's what I'll do, Kevin. I'm on my way to Rochester, and I'll even give you a view behind me here just to show you the dark skies overhead. So that's what we're working on. We'll try to get out of this mess here so that way we can continue to bring you guys the best view of what's happening. As I work on that, I'll keep you informed on what's going on, Kevin. But for now, we're going to send things back over to you.
All right, sounds good, Seth. That's the view there from his camera. That's the view from Springfield. Again, let's see here. We're getting some information about the sirens went off due to winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. So there you go. That's what we're kind of hearing here, is to the reasoning for that. So there might be some strong winds coming in to the Springfield area, and that's what you're looking at there. All right, folks, in just a second, because all of the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings. I will say this, I'm going to keep an eye on this little storm down here in Macon County right now. Nothing, too concerning just yet, but I'm watching that. So we're keeping a close eye on things. That's Seth. Again, he's doing his best. Look at him. He is doing what he needs to do to stay out ahead of that line the best that he can. But we're getting some indications that there are some pretty strong winds in there. The tornadic circulation going to be tough to kind of spot, but it's going to be somewhere there, maybe close to the southern view area, but nothing of immediate concern. So they've allowed for that tornado warning to expire. This whole line moving off to the east, our threat level is with us over the next couple of hours. I'd say all the way to maybe 9, 10 o'clock, to be honest with you, as that line moves to the east. Will it weaken? We're hoping that it can continue to weaken, and if it does, then we're going to be sitting a little bit better off. But as of right now, we're kind of treating this as if these storms, especially across the southern part of our viewing area, could still remain severe enough. We're going to watch that Montgomery County storm as it begins to move in. Okay, folks, so back in the control room, and here we're going to kick things off here, get back to some of the news of the day. The streaming is going to continue online. If you've been watching us on the stream, that's still going to keep going. I'm going to switch back to the radar and then let you guys kind of watch that. And then we'll come back on if any other tornado warnings get issued. But we do have some news of the day, and maybe talking about some of the earlier storms that we had move through with that first round. We'll send it back over to Jennifer and Brandon for now, and we'll, of course, come back in if any other warnings get issued.
watching your local news leader. This is WCIA 3 News at 6.
All right, Kevin's been watching round 2 of the storms. Of course, we saw round 1 earlier today, and because of those storms, an entire village in central Illinois was left in the dark.
Tolono lost power for a brief period of time, including Unity West Elementary School. WCIA 3's Katie Moore joins us live in studio. Katie, you talked to the principal today. Is everything back to normal now?
Brandon, yeah, Darren O'Connell tells me in his 17 years of working in education, he's never had a day like today. He says he's not seen a situation where a school was under a storm warning and without power. He says students were in classrooms and in the lunchroom when the storm sirens were going off, but were able to shelter within minutes. O'Connell says he then immediately started working on a plan B for if the power didn't come back on. He says they usually wait an hour before making the choice to send kids home for the day. Luckily, the lights were back on after 25 minutes, but that's not all O'Connell was managing today.
We actually ended up taking a pre-K student who was on a bus who was en route, like home. So like our Illini Central company, like they did a great job. They called us to get that student over here into safety. So that was another layer on top of it, right?
He's just happy throughout the duration of the storm warning and power outages, all staff and students were safe. Power is now back on for the more than 3,500 people living in the village. Brandon.
All right, Katie, thank you so much for that update. Now to an update out of Springfield. The Sangamon County coroner has identified a man hit and killed by state police over the weekend, 45-year-old Charles Henderson. Illinois State Police says Henderson was bending down in the
Okay, folks that are still here with us on the live stream, we're just here with you guys. Going into weather, is that right? Okay. Okay, so going to do weather. I will just tell our folks that are watching us here online, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Piatt and Champaign County. So that one storm I was saying, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to watch that one. It's over there near Long Creek, Cerro Gordo. There's now a warning for it. It includes Beement, Monticello. It does include Mahomet, Bonneville, Sedoris, and Whiteheath. Okay, is this a new tornado warning? I think we got a new tornado warning too. Okay. So we're going to be back to full-on tornado coverage coming out of the break. Just FYI. We're going to be back to full-on tornado coverage coming out of the break. So stand by here, folks. We're going to switch things back over. Back to, you hear that? Yes? Okay, guys. Sorry, we juggling things here between the newscast and the live streaming and everything going on. Tornado warning, Mount Pulaski. Tornado safe spot.
So after D7
okay.
sports, we go to break, back for the team
Jennifer,
set,
right? It's weather. We're back to weather. We have tornado warnings. We have tornado. Yeah. We have tornado warnings. We're back to full weather here, folks. Yeah, sorry guys. Trying to communicate this to everyone here. So yeah, we're back to, once we get back, it's back to tornado warnings. Live TV here, folks. Okay, so stand by here. Take graphics full there for me.
Now, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with meteorologist Kevin Lighty.
Okay, folks, a lot happening here, even just in the last few minutes. New tornado warning in effect, Mount Pulaski, southeastern Logan County, take shelter. We've got actually one of the better indicators of a tornado starting to show up here. I think there's a good chance just north of Mount Pulaski, we've got a tornado right there. Here's what we're looking at, folks. Rotation there just north of Mount Pulaski. See that little area, and I'm going to switch over the velocity here. You're going to be able to see it even better where these reds and greens kind of come next to one another. And actually, it's going to update here in a second. They're going to let the radar sweep back across. But what you're going to eventually see is an area right about here that is going to have rotation on it. So this radar scan is going to be just behind for a second, and it's going to jump here, basically just north of Mount Pulaski. Here's what I'm doing. I've got it pulled up on one of my screens, so let's come to here. So right there, okay, there's Mount Pulaski. See the reds and the greens are right there. That is a really good indicator. Boy, that thing is just north of town. There's a real good chance there's a tornado right there, okay? So what we're going to look for here, and you're going to see a lot of different colors here showing up, but I'm looking for various things like a debris signature, but that's it right there. The rotation is very clear. We call that kind of a front end nub is what we call it there. And it kind of like sticks out just a little bit, and there it is, and perfectly placed along that leading edge there. A great view from the radar, because the radar is up here in this little kind of donut hole that's the rotating part of the storm. And that's the best radar signature I've seen all day for a tornado, if I'm being completely honest. So basically it's right, so you can kind of see the satellite view there. So there's Mount Pulaski, where the city, so it's going to be about a mile and a half or so to the north of Mount Pulaski. Rotation on the storm there. Definite concern for those areas. Now that's going to be a little bit rural areas, but somebody lives out there, folks. And then that's going to go to the north and east. So you're talking down the line, Kenny, be on the lookout. Southwestern portions of DeWitt County. And there it is, still kind of showing up. We'll get the updated radar scan coming up on that. But the Mount Pulaski area, real good indicator of that. Okay, also getting other reports coming into us here, and I want to kind of touch base on what else is happening here into Champaign, Piatt counties. You guys also have a severe thunderstorm warning, not tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here, and it does kind of come into the west side of Champaign. So we'll be watching that cell there, keeping a close eye on it. You can see how fast things can kind of spin up. But right now, by far, the largest concern with our storm here, northeast of Mount Pulaski now. That's your rotating part of the storm. That thing is showing up, and so that is going to be coming there to the north and east. Okay, folks, if you are along Highway 54, and I'm gonna just bring you back over to our other radar product here for a moment. I think that this one is, I have a high likelihood that we've got a tornado on this. I'm just waiting to see if we're getting any kind of a debris signature yet, but Chestnut, if you're in Chestnut, you need to be in your safe spot right now. And I mean, right now. You cannot wait anymore. Minutes away, minutes. And I'm thinking 2 minutes away from you, where the rotating part of this storm is. If you're in Chestnut, we're now seeing the rotation there. Got to come right up Highway 54. It is imperative for you to get in your tornado safe spot, because we're starting to see, here it is. That is a really defined area of rotation that we're getting from this. It's going to be sitting right along Highway 54, coming into the Chestnut area. Be taking shelter at this time with the potential for a tornado. Circulation is very evident on radar. That's going to be coming in to the south and west side of Chestnut, right on 54. We're watching this area carefully, seeing it on radar. What I'm going to try to do is, and bear with me here, folks, our closest camera that we're going to have is going to be coming out of Decatur, but it's going to take me just a second to maybe pull up some of the views there, but I'm just going to tell everyone there in Chestnut, you have a mere matter of moments to get into your tornado safe spot as this storm is approaching your location. If you're located up there, please take shelter immediately. Watching that storm come in, this thing's going to ride right up 54. I mean, right up 54. So you've got Chestnut, but then you've got Kinney down the line. You've got a little bit of time before, you know, it's on top of you. When I mean a little bit, I mean like 10 minutes. Matter of fact, what we can do is let's try to plot a little bit of a storm path on this. And we'll take this essentially to the north and east. And I believe that, I'll actually have to redraw that here. Just bear with me for a second, guys. The movement on this, let me double check. We've got movement up here to the east, northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So this thing is really starting to take shape. Seth, I know you're out there for a second. If I'm going to send it to you here for just a second. I got to reset a couple of things over here. But
Yep.
Seth, tell us kind of what you're seeing over there.
Yep, can do, Kevin. So just to kind of position myself here for folks, I am on Illinois Route 29. I am heading south and east, kind of towards Taylorville right now. I'm staying ahead of the line of storms that's actually behind me. The view you're seeing right now is looking off to the west and just a little bit off to the north as well. There's that big, long shelf cloud that's just been following me here. And I'll tell you what, it gets dark underneath that shelf cloud. I've been underneath it about 3 or 4 times so far. And it just, I mean, it reduces the light by 80%. It is just built with so much rain in it. The lightning has been incredible here with this storm. There's been lightning well out ahead of the storm. I had a cloud to ground lightning strike well ahead of the storm in front of me earlier at one point. So that's what I am kind of looking at as I look out my rear view camera right now. Again, I'm in the northwest corner of Christian County here for now. It looks like right now it's just a lot of strong wind gusts behind me. We're still watching to see if any sort of notches want to try to form out of this line of storms out this way. But again, I'm kind of on that same to the south and east. I'm going to hope to get out closer to the Moweaqua area at some point before I kind of turn around and take a look at things. I had posted up there not too long ago just as I was exiting Sangamon County, and this stuff, it's got some pace to it. It's moving just a little slower than I am, so we definitely want to do our best to stay out ahead of it. Luckily, have not seen any kind of forms of rotation, haven't really seen too much on radar that suggests there's a whole lot of rotation imminent down this way, but there's some strong wind energy. We talk a lot of the time, Kevin, just about with these lines of storms, yes, the tornado warnings are going to grab the attention. Obviously, that one up there into Logan County is certainly grabbing our attention right now. But just the strong wind energy up and down this line, it's gonna impact a lot of people. These storms stretch pretty much the entire length of the area from north to south. So even if you don't see those tornado warnings, the strong 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts are definitely going to be possible here within some of these storms. So with that being said, again, I'm heading south and east right now along Illinois Route 29. Eventually heading towards the Moweaqua area. Kevin, I'll go ahead and send things back inside the studio to you.
All right, Seth, appreciate it. I mean, just look at those views. Those views are just incredible of that shelf cloud there, that leading edge of the storms. But so he's down here on the storms here, but we have the highest concern with our storm that is coming out of Logan County. You've got DeWitt County here, and you've got the northwestern portions of Macon County. But the concern is going to be, okay, there's the new updated scan. That thing's going to be coming right there close to Kinney. We take a look at it here, and the rotation on this, and this is that little kind of front end nub we were talking about. And we'll have to wait for the scan to come back across here, but that's the Chestnut area. That's where the rotation would have just been. These things are starting to move at a really good clip, and so that's the kind of concern that we've got here. That's Clinton. You're technically not in the warning yet. Right here, this little area that kind of sticks out. That's the area of rotation, and it sits right there. Rotating that little area. It's small, But if you're underneath that, that's where the tornado is going to form. So if you're watching, it's the Tunbridge area, Raoul, you need to be taking shelter, and then eventually into western portions of, all of western portions of DeWitt County. You're right on the line here. This is Macon County. There's the Macon, DeWitt, Logan County line. This is Highway 54, and that circulation has been pretty much on top of 54 this whole time. And that's where the concern is. And so a little something, maybe it's just kind of south there. We're trying to kind of pinpoint it exactly. So I'm going to try to zoom in just a little bit more. All right. So there's Kenny right here. I think right here is where we've got that tornado. So right there. So that's your possible tornado. That little clear area right there. That's it. That's Kenny. If you're in Kenny, get in your tornado safe spot. You're going to see this area here as it moves off to the just barely along 54 right now. High concern with it, and it's moving fast. You're talking about a 55 mile per hour moving storm. Rotation is located right there. You can't miss it. This is going to be the area of concern. That rotating part of the storm, that's it. So there's the updated, maybe you kind of saw the polygon there. So that right there, those little pixels, that's what we're looking at in terms of the potential for a tornado. I'm going to see if I'm seeing anything in terms of a debris signature. Let's just look at that. Maybe not seeing a whole lot there, I don't think. It's close. Basically, what we're trying to look for is, so here is where that possible tornado would be. The velocity kind of shows it. Now, you would want in that same location to maybe have more of these blue colors. So it's close, maybe just a little bit off, but I got to tell you, folks, this is by far the best signature we've had today for that potential tornado. So that's what we're looking at here, just to give you kind of the wider view. Bring this out just a little bit so you can kind of see things. Big picture. They've issued a severe thunderstorm warning now all the way out here to Farmer City, all the way out here to Mansfield, okay? And then with this cell here, we're watching this one too, and it's starting to, gather my attention and gain my attention a little bit more just because of its structure there. We'll see. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning here in DePuyat County, so we're watching that. And eventually southwestern Champaign County will be keeping a very close eye on that cell. Just a severe thunderstorm warning. I say just because obviously, tornadoes, are going to be, even higher concern sometimes, but that probably's got a little bit of hail in it. But this thing right here, that thing right there, it's definitely got the rotational characteristics, the radar view. So Rowell Road, that's where that's going to be. Here's Austin down here, the Tunbridge area up here. And the updated scan, there's your updated scan there. And so now it looks like, and again, I'm just kind of back this out just a little bit. So right there, still seeing that rotation on it. It's just on the front end. We'll have to wait for that scan to come back across. It's going to be sitting on the DeWitt and Macon County line. So you've got, so there's Maroa right here. When this comes back across, we'll see that red and green start to show up a little bit more, probably right there in that location. So south of the Tunbridge area, that's Clinton up here. You're not in the warning just yet. Is this going to continue to go east? Here's Highway 51. We're going to have to watch things there north of Maroa, all right, along Highway 51. But the signature's still there from the Weather Service. Let's see if they're kind of saying anything here in terms of what they've got. We've had a ton of reports of people saying, hey, tornado sirens are going off in a lot of areas tonight. But I got to tell you, they need to be going off in places like we're seeing over here, basically to the south and east.
We got a message
about Mechanicsburg. Yeah. I think I saw that. The Mechanicsburg area. And here's the thing, folks, just to kind of give you a little bit of, inside baseball of how the sirens work. Emergency managers, various officials have the call to do that if they want to, even if there's not a tornado warning, if they see something. So just to show you everything that's going on, severe thunderstorm warnings for everyone in the orange color there. They could still sound sirens, though, and that's a possibility, and that was happening, I think, in Mechanicsburg, maybe Illiopolis. But I got to tell you, by far, the best rotation with any of the storms and the best radar signature continues to show up south of Kinney, south of the Kinney area, right there. I mean, just look at that. We talk about, a hook echo sometimes, and, that's essentially what that is. It's kind of on a smaller scale that you've got that. So that's what you're looking at. If you're there and you're along the Rowell Road area, southeast of Kinney, definitely get to your tornado safe spot, get to your shelter here, because that thing, and look at the radar scan, it just updated once again. Here's the thing, folks. I have a feeling they may be issuing a new warning here. We'll see what they do, but this is going to pass kind of south of Clinton, between Clinton and Maroa, at least the rotating part of that storm. There's definitely some strong winds in there too. Brandon and Jennifer are here with us in the studio as well. They're efforting getting some information about some things. And Brandon, what are you hearing here?
Yeah, Kevin, Katie Moore, one of our reporters, just called somebody she knows down there in Chestnut, and he's telling her that right now the damage is not terrible. He said they did have power go off for a brief moment. Their TVs had to reset. It's now back on. But as far as damage, we're not hearing of anything serious in Chestnut, Kevin.
And we're also getting this from our newsroom. I'll keep going from Verdon Police. Residents there being asked to stay where they're aware. Police department not able to activate the emergency weather sirens if needed because they don't have power. So again, we always talk about, Kevin, that you can't rely on those sirens.
You have to have more than one way.
It has to be we're listening to you. You've got your weather radio. It can't just be the sirens going off that makes you go take cover.
Yeah, multiple ways to get warnings has always, kind of been the thing we say all the time. And those sirens are meant for outdoors. They're outdoor warning sirens, is what we call them. Here we go. I'm going to switch over some of the cameras here a little bit so we can see what's going on in our Decatur view. So we try to look up into that storm. That's the view in Decatur. I'm going to have to kind of pan it around just a little bit back to the north to give us a view. We're kind of looking a little bit more to the northwest there. Let me bring it back to the north. Again, it will be tough to kind of see anything, but especially just kind of how far away, where that rotation is located. Tornado warning continues. We're going to watch things carefully. It is kind of just a developing thing where, there were some pretty good scans that definitely showed up there near Kinney and maybe between Chestnut and Kinney, maybe a little bit more into a rural area, which is, better than going through the middle of a city, but still there's somebody's house and farmland that might be out there. I do want to just kind of touch back with our storm that just kind of coming through Beemint, southeast of Monticello and coming to Champaign. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning on it. There's nothing nefarious as far as tornado-looking signatures going on with that. I think we have a really intense storm that continues to come through along I-72, Buffalo to Illiopolis. Looks like we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Christian County now with what is known as the tornado possible tag on it. And that's going to be across kind of the southern portions of the area. Just got a report of Warrensburg. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in the Warrensburg area as the storms came through. So that's one of the reports from earlier. Latham. So just coming into Warrensburg now, it's going to be some of those winds. Let's just look at what that looks like on the velocity there. So yeah, that leading edge of those are right there on the leading edge of that. Warrensburg, Maroa, the really strong winds there. Jennifer, you got some information over there?
We do. Power outage numbers coming in. We've got 1,600 people without power in Mount Pulaski, about 100 without power in Lincoln. We've got about 1,200 without power just south of New Berlin and 630 without power in Waverly. So the winds are coming through and knocking out some power lines there in that part of our viewing area.
Okay, new tornado warning, folks. New tornado warning. Let's gather our information here. This is a new tornado warning It does include Piatt County and comes right up to the Champaign County line now, okay? So here's what we've got. New tornado warning in effect. Let me bring up some of our the tools here that we use to kind of show you things. And let's show you this. So this is basically, we're just kind of carrying along where that rotating part of the storm was located there into right along the DeWitt and Macon County line. So let's show you the areas that are under this warning. So it does include Whiteheath. Okay, here's Monticello, Weldon, DeLand. It does include Mansfield. It's not into Champaign County just yet, but if this continues where we've had some of that rotation showing up, the concern is going to follow this all the way to the east. So here's what we've got to do. Let's try to look in here and see what we can see. Still showing up. It's still right there. That little front end kind of nub, we call it, right there. That's the rotating. It's going to be just to the north of Lake Fork Road. Rotating part of the storm. And again, we'll wait for the radar to kind of catch up on this here, but you're going to have that rotation now basically passing there east of 51 now and moving to the east. And so that's Lane up here to the north, back to the reflectivity, rotation right there. And that's why they've carried this warning and decided, all right, and I gotta be honest with you, I agree, because this is that classic signature that you can get on kind of the leading edge. We have a lot of wind shear. The shear up there is pretty good. So that's Weldon. Highway 10 comes there, you know, out of Clinton there. So right now, it's going to be a close call, staying maybe just south of Highway 10. If it starts to go a little bit northeast, we'll have to watch that. Well, there it is. That did kind of go just a little bit northeast. So, you know, maybe now Lane and Weldon, you're a little bit more in play with this. We'll have to watch it carefully. But as that new signature kind of shows up, and again, waiting, sometimes the data lags behind just a tad there, but it'll catch up here in a second. I think between Lane and Weldon, things are, you guys are a little bit more in play along Highway 10, as that rotating part of the storm is probably going to be a little bit closer to this area right there. So we're watching that carefully. If you are in DeWitt County, between Weldon and then, you know, basically north and east of Maroa, you know, this is north of Argenta. And again, there's the radar trying to gather some of the data as it kind of comes back in. It should sweep back across and hopefully kind of, you know, paint the picture there just a little bit better. But if you're in DeLand, if you're in Weldon, Cisco, I mean, you're technically in the warning there in Cisco right now, but the immediate concern is definitely going to be, I think, a little bit more closer to, you know, Highway 10. And so there we go. So there's the updated scan right here. So it's going to be south and west of Lane, strong winds, rotation on that storm right there. Highway 10, Weldon, get in your tornado safe spot. Highway 10 between Lane and Weldon, that is where we've got the concern. Let's bring you back here and just kind of pan this so you can kind of see where this eventually could go. There's DeLand, Mansfield out here off to the east, Highway 10, and we're going to be watching these areas here north of Cisco. So if this storm would basically kind of stay on its same path here, here's your rotation. Rotation is right here, right? Okay? Rotating part of that storm. So this thing, as it kind of goes off here to the north, you know, to the north and east, you're going to be watching that area there. Because it did take just a little bit more of a jog to the northeast. So we're going to be watching very carefully there between Lane and Weldon. That's the rotating part of the storm, folks. So definitely be paying attention if you're out there here tonight in that area. Tornado warning continues. It is 6:44 p.m. And that's what we're looking at. I want to give you the huge 10,000, 30,000 foot view. Line of storms stretching all the way back here into Macoupin County. Severe thunderstorm warnings essentially along this entire line. The whole line has warnings. And what we're dealing with here are storms that have circulations that sometimes just spin up a little bit more than others. And we're starting to get that on this storm. We've had it actually for a good, now maybe 20 miles now, but it's showing up pretty clear on radar south of Lane. And so that's going to be your tornado. Weldon, I'm getting concerned for you in the Weldon area. You need to be in your tornado safe spot if you are in Weldon right now as that storm begins to move in to your area. So folks, serious situation here underway. Radar signature showing that tornadic area possibly showing up there. Going to be between Highway 10 and Washington Street Road, Argenta. It's also turns into, I guess, White Pigeon Road there, but then Highway 48. Basically, if you're at 10 and 48, you need to be taking shelter right now. We're watching this. We're starting to get some rain here at the station too. We are under a severe threat. And here's the thing, I know it can be kind of confusing because we actually have two storms that are happening here. And so what I'm going to do is back things out because we've got the tornado warning that comes into Piatt County with the cell that's currently in DeWitt County. Then we've got this storm coming into Champaign County that's separate from the other one, but they're getting close to one another. You might have a little bit of an interaction, but the storm here is strengthening a little bit as it comes in. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we catch a little bit of hail.
What happens if they interact?
So sometimes an interaction can help enhance rotation with cells. So that can occur. And that's something we've got to watch here, obviously, very carefully. So,
Outages, if you want.
yeah, I got to tell you, we're starting to get these little front end nubs, and I would be.
It's getting louder.
I got to say, it's getting louder here.
It is.
Okay, so we're seeing another one of these little front end nubs kind of stick out a little bit, and I think we might have maybe another tornado trying to form. So now there's two areas of circulation on this. Actually, a new tornado warning now. New tornado warning. Just a sliver there of it. This is Farmer City. So I'm going to try to point both of these out to you guys. It's getting. This is one of those where you got your work cut out for you here because I know you look at that, it can be difficult to kind of see everything. So just bear with me here for a second, folks.
That's okay.
Take a little drink here.
You're supposed to. Well, I like though when you pull out so we can see the whole map for a second, and you can see all of the red across our viewing area.
Yeah, so here's what we've got here, folks, and I'm gonna pull up some of our what happened there?
Oh.
Are we there?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, was that okay? Sorry about that, folks. Here we're back here with you. Let's kind of talk about this new tornado warning that is in effect because there's two areas of concern here. Both look similar on radar. See, little front end nub right there. And that's where this new tornado warning, so basically we have this big one, but they've added another one to take into account this little guy here that's basically near Harp. There's DeWitt and Farmer City. And so once again, a similar kind of situation where you get, there's one there and there's one there. Anywhere along these lines sometimes you can have 4, 5, 6 different areas of circulation. So you've got to watch each one of those, and the radar is telling the story. It's helping us kind of tell exactly where that is. So once again, just to kind of draw it for you, you've got rotation right here, and you've got another one right about there. So two areas where we've got circulations and a potential tornado. So if you're in Weldon, if you are along Highway 48, if you are there along Highway 10, this is the biggest area of concern. Two potential tornadoes. And actually now there's the updated radar scan. So now I've got to come back. These things are moving fast too, folks. We're moving at 55 miles an hour. So let me move the radar back. Okay. So two areas of concern where the rotation is. Farmer City, get in your tornado safe spot. Highway 54. So this is 54 here. Okay, runs up to Farmer City. 48 runs from Weldon, east of DeWitt, and then Highway 10 here. So rotation there, right on 54, and then our other one is going to be, probably close to the Weldon area there. Made that a little bit too big. But those are the two areas that we're seeing. One right there on Highway 54 between DeWitt and Farmer City. Farmer City, it's time for you guys to take shelter, and also near Weldon. I hope you're there right now as that rotation is starting to come in to the Weldon area now. So 2 separate locations and why we have tornado warnings. If you live anywhere between Highway 10 and 54, between Farmer City and D-Land, tornado safe spot. Right now, get there right now as these 2 areas of circulation start to move a little bit more to the north and east. A lot going on here. Widen the view out just a little bit more to kind of get you your perspective. Mansfield, technically under the tornado warning. Mahomet, Seymour, severe thunderstorm warning for this cell that's coming into Champaign County. Severe thunderstorm warned right now. It's right up here where those little areas, these little areas out front are starting to produce those rotational characteristics and bring the potential for a tornado. Once again, you're not going to be able to see these things. It's going to be starting to get dark here before too long, but you're not going to be, the tornadoes are embedded in the rain. So they're obscured. You're not going to see, a lot of times kind of that big funnel, so it's really difficult to kind of see anything. If you're between DeWitt, Farmer City, and this storm's picking up. So Parnell Road, it's going to be kind of south of the Rutledge area, right along 54, Farmer City. That is the #1 area of concern. And then I should say 1A and 1B. One is not more important than the other. But Weldon here, also the circulation. And so I'm going to guess on this next radar scan between the D-Land-Weldon area, that's where that next one is going to be placed. And because of how fast the storms are moving, it sometimes the radar can lag behind, some of the data maybe is off by a minute or two. So you always just kind of have to almost plan ahead a little bit for where that circulation may actually be located. So right here's one. It's sitting on 10 east of 48. And then another one up here right along Highway 54, and that's going to be coming into the Farmer City area. Down the line, be paying attention over there in the Mansfield area.
Just talked to somebody over in Clinton. They live in DeWitt. They said they looked east. They had about 10 minutes ago, they said they had to stop the car, take the family out of the car. They said the trees were whipping really hard. They're also saying that they see a lot of green when they look east, a lot of green.
So there's probably some hail in there, and that's that green color that you might see, some of that hail that's located, in that storm. But we've got 2 areas where rotation is showing up along this line, one near Weldon, and then again, look at that Farmer City here, folks. Farmer City and between the Weldon and D-Land area, that's what we've got. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer. I just want to show you, since that new radar scan just kind of popped, I'm just going to try to zoom it in just a little bit more, try to put both of the circulations on screen for you. Okay, near Parnell. So the circulations 1 and 2. Here we go, right here. That's it right there. And then our another one's going to be right there near the Parnell area. Northeast, Mansfield, you might be in line here. Okay? Farmer City, kind of going in northeast, you might be in line for that circulation. So you need to be in your tornado safe spots here into portions of DeWitt County. That's the biggest concern we've got right now with our storms. 2 areas of distinct rotation that are showing up on radar, which have warranted the tornado warnings to get issued. I got to tell you this too. While there is circulation in there, there's a ton of wind. See these colors right here, and especially right there. There's some strong winds. Even if you're not getting a tornado per se, the winds in that, there might be some 70-mile-an-hour winds in that, I got to tell you. So this whole area here, you get into this kind of color, that is definitely going to be, damaging straight line winds. But then on the leading edge, you get a little spin up, you get a little tornado to form. Farmer City, Weldon, D-Land area, down the line, Mansfield, definitely watching those areas with the highest concern. Storms starting to come into Champaign now, and you're hearing the kind of the heavy rainfall outside. I'm just going to come back over and look at some of the other data that we're getting. I'm just wanting to keep a close eye on this Champaign County. I got to tell you, the Weldon area is getting absolutely pounded with winds. The winds there are super strong, so strong there. So we're watching that. Got reports there, Warrensburg, maybe some 80-mile-an-hour winds when the storms came through there. I think we're going to have some damage over in the Weldon area. I think that you're definitely going to see some really strong winds that maybe just kind of came out of that storm sitting over Weldon right now. But D-Land, the rotation on that storm is going to be literally sitting, wow, just to your north. And then is there another one maybe near Cisco potentially? Boy, folks, there's a lot going on here, and we're trying to kind of keep track of all of it.
I know we're getting reports of power being out in D-Land already.
Yeah, I think D-Land, Weldon area probably got some 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds as that storm come through. Okay, all right, folks, hold on here. Just trying to kind of get everything straight. It is coming down pretty good in the Champaign area as far as the rain goes right now. Severe thunderstorm warning. Probably a little bit of small hail, but Farmer City, D-Land, Weldon area, tornado safe spot, and 70, 80 mile an hour winds not out of the question, I think, with that storm as it comes through. They're issuing Champaign. Oh, hold on here, folks. I'm trying to. The warnings are coming in big time now, one after another. The Champaign, Coles, DeWitt, Douglas, there's all kinds of warnings. They issued this thing all the way out, so that basically they're issuing this all the way out ahead. But they're saying 70 mile an hour winds possible. And then look at that. You've got now Ford, Iroquois. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to show you all of the polygons now because it's getting messy now. Look at this, folks. Look at how many counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. Red areas are going to be your tornado warnings. Strong winds there, too. I got to tell you, showing up in the D-Land, Weldon area as those storms come through and probably into the Farmer City area. When I look at this on radar, wow. Those are some really strong winds. I have no question that there's probably some 70 to 80 mile an hour winds that might be rolling right through D-Land, possibly even a circulation from a tornado. Mansfield and Mahomet. Mansfield and Mahomet, I want you guys to prepare. There could be some really strong winds with this if this holds together. Between Mansfield, Mahomet, east of D-Land, White Heath area, Piatt County, near Lodge. Of course, we had a tornado south of there, just 10 or so days ago. But these are incredibly strong winds within this storm that's over D-Land. Radar sample, my goodness. Those are intense winds, folks. If you're along Highway 10 there, those winds, you don't want to be out in this. I think we're going to have a lot of damage from trees, power lines from this. From what I'm seeing on radar, the signatures here are, they're a little scary, to be honest with you, just how intense the winds could be within that cell there. So depending upon if this goes a little bit to the northeast or a little bit more to the east, who's in play here? Is it Mansfield, Mahomet? Is it going to be, kind of the in between them all? These are intense winds, basically those colors that you're seeing there. And then along with that, I think there might be some embedded circulations within this. Mansfield to Mahomet, I'm just going to tell you guys to preemptively, I'm going to tell you to take shelter. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning here, but I just think these winds are so strong. And I still think that there's a pretty good area of rotation that might be coming towards the Mansfield area. I'm going to wait for our next scan to come up, but there is rotation in this, and this storm has got a lot of wind energy with it as it kind of comes in. I don't know that we're going to be able to see anything from our weather cameras here, but I'll tell you what, let's go and throw up some video here. This is Warrensburg. This is reports of 80 mile an hour winds earlier. Go ahead and roll the video if they're from Warrensburg, and we'll take a look at it. Okay. So you can see the strong winds there as the storms come in. So again, intense winds there with the storms that came through in the Warrensburg area. So that's a video that just kind of came into us here. If you've got any pictures or videos, you can feel free to try to email those to us, news@WCIA.com, via the weather app as well. Jennifer, you got something over there?
Just monitoring our Facebook comments. You've got power out, DeLand, Oriana. It was out in Monticello, back on for Megan there. It was out for 3 minutes. Power flickering in Leroy. Okay, Monticello, I said. They've got hail. Emily just messaged they've got hail out there in Savoy. So, I mean, a wide swath across our viewing area.
Mansfield, I think there are some super strong winds showing up here, and a tornadic circulation embedded in rain. And that thing's going to be between Lodge and Mansfield. I'm waiting to see what the Weather Service does here, but I think that, that tornado warning it may have to get carried a little bit further to the east into Champaign County. We'll see what they do. Regardless, the winds in this, I am telling you, I think that you've got some 70, 80 mile-an-hour winds, and somewhere there between Mansfield, Lodge, and eventually going towards Mahomet. I think Mahomet, you might get some winds out of this too, between Mansfield and Mahomet, 150, 74, folks. Strong winds associated with this. Yeah, this is one of these things where, the wind damage on this could be more significant than maybe one of the weaker tornadoes that could come through. We show you this on the radar. That's the reflectivity view, and yeah, it looks like normal. Okay, you see the deep dark reds. The reason I'm staying a little bit more on the velocity is because it's just showing us possibly what some of the winds are doing in there, and they're not great. Definitely not great. Okay, I'm going to try to pull up some of our weather cameras here and see what we can see. We just had the storm kind of come through Champaign.
It's so quiet.
Well,
it was loud for a minute.
It was loud there.
Yeah.
I'm going to just bear with me here, folks, as I kind of pan things around. That's our camera here at the station, and kind of move it around a little bit. Maybe look a little bit more. Just look. You can kind of see some sun to the south and east there because it's not raining in Philo and Sydney. But now we're panning more to the west and northwest. And this is what you might see if there's a tornado. Can anybody see a tornado in there? No, you can't. It's going to have that kind of a view. It's a murky sky. You're going to have torrential rainfall. But I think that the winds that now stretch between Whiteheath and Mansfield, very strong. If you're in Mahomet, and we'll see what they do with this extension of any warning, but these are going to be really intense winds coming in.
Kelly checked in with the Clinton police chief. He said, and this is maybe about 15 minutes ago, they're riding the storm out, reports of a tornado touchdown southwest of us. He is continuing to monitor.
Okay, very good. You can see the lightning there. Again, another storm where we've got just a ton of lightning. Let's see here. Getting reports of some trees down, grain bin near the Mount Pulaski area that was damaged. And that was a little bit earlier. I'm going to come back over to my radar view that I've got from another source of mine. These are going to be some intense winds here coming through. See this area here, basically the colors that we're seeing here between Mansfield, Whiteheath. I think that's the area where the winds are just howling. And this is going to be coming in between maybe Mahomet, Bonneville area. This orange color, that's what's kind of setting off the alarm bells for me in terms of, that's going to be, between Whiteheath, Mansfield, Lodge area. I wouldn't be surprised if you might have some 80 mile-an-hour winds in there. It's almost kind of even bowing out a little bit. Do you see this right here? Do you see this see how this kind of curves back just a little bit? So as that curves, you can sometimes get some even stronger winds. Okay, here we go, folks. Tornado warning. Tornado warning, Champaign County includes Mahomet. Your phones are going to be going off. Tornado warning, Champaign County includes Mahomet, Thomasboro, Rantoul, St. Joe to Royal. So that's the new, sorry about that, tornado warning. Here we go, folks. Strong winds going to be coming in. This is similar but different from the other night. And what I'm going to do here, because I want to jump back on the wall here, and we're going to kind of reset things. A lot of people might just be tuning in here now. Champaign County, tornado warning. Mahomet, tornado safe spot right now. Go right now, tornado safe spot, and stay down there, okay? If you are in Mansfield, kind of the same thing. Bonneville, Seymour, get to your tornado safe spot. Lowest level of your house. Folks, here, what we're going to do is we're going to show you exactly where this is.
Remember when I said it was so quiet?
Yeah, now
that lasted about 60 seconds.
What's interesting is you know, that first storm that kind of came through was the one that we were watching a little bit earlier, and that is not what's prompting the tornado warning. It's basically carrying on what's happened here into Piatt County and now Mahomet. This thing's on top of you. Tornado safe spot. It's coming in right now. Strong winds, really strong winds here. Circulation that is showing up on this is going to be coming south of Mansfield, Mahomet area. Strong winds here, and definite concern with this as it continues to move off to the east. So that's what we've got. Kind of give you the big view. You're not going to see anything. This is not something you're going to be able to see. You're not going to see a funnel. You're not going to see, you know, if you try to see this, you might see damage, and you might see a 2x4 come flying at you. So get to your tornado safe spot. Right now in Champaign, you're getting heavy rainfall. The tornadic circulation is going to be a little bit off here to the west. It's going to be over Mahomet here, folks. Tornadic circulation, strong winds, where this kind of juts out. Definite concern here. You've got kind of Turkey Farm Road, okay? There's 150. Well, let's get down in here on this even closer. Here's Highway 47, okay? State Street, this thing's coming through here. West side of Mahomet. Tornado safe spot, get down there right now. Strong winds, if nothing else, are coming in to Mahomet. Highway 150. See the colors here? This is where the rotation is. Highway 47, if you're anywhere here, Mahomet, River Bend, you know, subdivision and down that way, you're seeing those intense winds that are coming through. Again, we'll widen this out just a little bit. This whole area is strong winds, but here's where we've got some of that rotation that is showing up on the storm. Those are going to be possibly some 80-mile-per-hour winds, and then embedded in there, there could be a tornado. And this thing's moving so fast, we're getting, we're getting some of that rotation there is literally on the west side of Mahomet right now. Might be going up towards the Lake of the Woods area if it continues off there to the northeast, but strong winds regardless, embedded in the rain there where you're not going to see anything. If you're watching us right now in Mahomet, if you're in Thomasboro, kind of down the line, but that circulation, where some of those winds are going to be sitting right there along Highway 150 and 74, and possibly going into the Lake of the Woods area. Okay? I'm going to try to show this to you guys on another point of view that I've got, and to kind of pinpoint exactly where maybe some of that rotation is. So here are your strong winds, Mahomet all the way down, and now Bonneville, they're coming to you, but where there might be some of that rotation, now maybe kind of on the north side of Mahomet. So, you know, kind of coming there between, well, actually it's going to be up there near the high school, to be honest with you, where some of that rotation is, and then eventually kind of going up to kind of the Lake of the Woods area. So I have a feeling that probably just got hit by some really intense winds there. And now down the line, Thomasboro, I want you guys to be paying attention, Rantoul, between Mahomet and Thomasboro, Rantoul, as those strong winds move in. But I got to tell you, folks, these strong winds are going to start to come into western Champaign County, potentially maybe the northwest side of town. Bonneville, you're probably picking up on those winds here. And that's what this kind of orange color is here. These are intense, intense winds, okay? And that stretches from Mahomet now all the way down to kind of west of Bonneville, east of Whiteheath. And it's just in the middle of the rain. So this is your heavy rainfall that you're getting. We just had some of the heavy rain come through Champaign. None of this was associated with the tornadic part of the storm. But now these stronger winds might be coming into Champaign and the west side of town here. Folks, a serious situation that has developed. Several areas that we're watching. This whole line, look at this whole line. It stretches all the way down. There are severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch from Montgomery, Macoupin County, Christian, Macon County, Douglas, Coles County, Moultrie, all the way to Champaign County. Lots of tree damage we're hearing in the Weldon area. No surprise there because from what we can tell on radar, definitely seeing, signs of that on the radar that we're showing. I'm sorry about that, folks. Showing you some of the behind the scenes kind of stuff there for a second. That's where we actually get the data from the Weather Service. We actually have a chat that talks right to us and sends us some of that information there. But we're getting some of that kind of piped into us here. Guys, here's the thing. We're about to get hit by some strong winds, maybe even here at the station before too long. That's the big wide view of things. Are you guys hearing anything from other locations that you've heard thus far, or power outages? Because I got to tell you, the winds on these here are looking really strong, basically between Mahomet, Bonneville, and this would have came through, possibly, south of Mansfield, but definitely the kind of the Weldon, D-Land area is where I think maybe some of the strongest winds were. Still kind of showing up here as it moves off to the east, but I'd be curious to hear about any power reports.
I know my husband is saying that the lights are flickering on and off. That's in Southwest Champaign. Amanda Brennan saying the same thing. We talked about the hail in Savoy. We had some earlier. Okay, I messaged Champaign County Sheriff Justin Harmon, who sent a picture. I said, anything you can tell me out there? He is monitoring that as well. He's got rain coming down heavy there in Champaign County. Maggie, our news director, she's got the power out in, she's in Monticello. I had some earlier power outage numbers. Lights flickering near Hessel Park. Thank you, Peter Hansen. We've got all of our people who are not here in the building are still working. They're still sending us messages and letting us know what's going on. Okay. We've got 800 people out in Champaign County, power outages so far in Champaign County. We did have earlier, we've got east of Ogden along 150, about 600 without power. That number may have gone up since then. And northwest of Catlin, you've got about 2,300 without power. Again, that was earlier today. The Sheriff Harmon telling me pea-size hail south of Mahomet, and he's clocking winds 65 to 70 miles per hour.
Okay, so a couple of things here. Sounds like our transmitter out at WCIA, over there near the Bonneville Seymour area, took a power hit. So we could be off of the air in terms of like over the air for antenna. My chief engineer is texting me that. Darren, you let me know what we are still on and maybe might not be on anymore. But he says that we took a power. No surprise, that Bonneville area. And I got to tell you guys, I think here in the next few minutes we're going to see some winds come in here to the station in the next few minutes. That could be quite intense too. We're watching this here on our weather camera. The tornado warning does continue. Circulations on this, tough to kind of pinpoint. I think more than anything, there's just widespread winds. Sounds like maybe we came back on, so we took a power hit. We're back on there, so that's some good news there that we're hearing. Now, Jennifer, what do you got over there?
Former sports director, Brett Barron's telling me that, hey, tell Kevin we're watching off the antenna there in Mahomet. And Angie, our GM, she's got heavy rain there in Mahomet. Really strong winds, but she does have power.
Okay, good news there. Yeah, it was kind of, Mahomet there, maybe kind of the north side there that maybe got hit. But now we're kind of seeing maybe some of those winds that might start to come into northwestern Champaign. It's right there, pretty much on the 74 and 57 interchange. But if you're in Thomasboro, I will say this. Yes, there is the potential for tornadic circulation in there, but I just think there's far more people that might get hit by the extremely strong winds that are about to come in to Champaign. They're over Bonneville right now, and again, our tower is located over there between Bonneville and Seymour, and actually just kind of west of that, and that's where those winds went through. We took a power hit there, so there's no surprise, but it's starting to get really dark here at the station, and you can kind of see that here on our camera view. Getting dark, and I can kind of hear it, and actually, okay, almost kind of a little bit of a lowering there, maybe? Man, we're watching this, folks. The winds, and you kind of see on the top part of your screen there, I'm going to try to pan it up just a little bit. I think we're about to get hit by some really strong winds here at the station. So, folks, tornado warning continues here. Embedded within this, could there be a circulation? It's definitely possible, but the strong winds here, and I know you can't see a whole lot here on our camera view. I'm trying to kind of show us the views, but we are probably just a couple of minutes away from seeing some of those really intense winds here. I will just say this to anybody here at the station that wants to take shelter. Now would be the time. If you need to do that, feel free. If you want to do that, I would do it now. I'll tell you, if you can just leave my camera up here, but or I'm sorry, leave up the Max 2 computer. If anybody does need to, you can. This would be the time to do it, as these strong winds here and any circulations that might be embedded in there kind of come through. But we're sticking with it here for right now, kind of showing you the views of this coming in. We're going to have the view from our camera, and it's starting to get a little bit more difficult to see, and that's going to be the intense winds that are also going to start to show up. So we're watching this here, and here comes some of the winds that are really going to get strong now. And what we'll look for is, loss of power anywhere. And folks, we're going to try to stay on here with you as long as we can. But sometimes, with these winds coming in, like these are pretty intense winds. So, and again, any kind of circulation could cause the loss of power, as some of you may know. A lot of power poles down, possibly a home with the roof off in the Weldon area as the storms came through. All right, here we go, folks. Batten down the hatches, because here we go here. I'm just outside the station. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to pull up our Neal Street camera and kind of show you the views here of the storms coming through. And it looks like even our camera may have gotten tilted down a little bit there, possibly from the winds.
We've got our digital reporter Brad saying that he heard some kind of boom near the station. Definitely not thunder, maybe a transformer, but he does still have power. But there was some large boom outside in Champaign. Okay, so we'll keep watching our cameras here that we've got here at the station. That camera's pointed down a little bit more.
I can tell you this, Kevin. This is from sticking my arm out the door for 4 seconds, so it's really coming down.
Gotcha.
Out here, outside the station.
All right, so we're seeing that there. All right, folks, here, just bear with me for a second. Strong winds coming into Champaign. Again, a tornadic circulation, the rotation, radar signature. It's going to be tough to kind of see anything. I'm just going to blanket it, kind of say it right now, that just be in your shelter, be hanging out, Thomasboro, Royal, St. Joe, Champaign.
Can't forget Gibson City. Our engineer, Dave, telling me his son, he said strong winds in Gibson City right now, but he said his son in Champaign getting battered, hiding in his garage with his 2 cats. So everybody take shelter.
There you go. The lightning really picking up here as the strong winds come in. Also, I'll just make mention too, things looking pretty good down, or I should say, maybe not good is the wrong term to use, but not so great. Sedoris, strong winds, Sedoris, Pasodum starting to come in. Sedoris and Pasodum, be on the lookout there. I'm just going to, that lightning there, I'm going to come back to this. You guys be monitoring the cameras there for me. I just want to come back to radar to show you what we've got. severe thunderstorm warnings, but also the tornado warning. Muhammad had a report of 65-mile-an-hour winds when the storms came through. A lot of towns in Piatt County are without power. No surprise. The radar signature was screaming, high winds. Power is out in Cisco. Power is out near DeWitt. I mean, it's just one after another. A lot of warning, a lot of power outages coming in, and those are going to continue to kind of stream in. Talked to my wife. She said the power flickered on and off, but it's back on right now. That was in the Muhammad area. So again, we're getting the really intense winds here, rolling through. Right over Champaign, going to be coming into Urbana. As I look at this, I'm just saying, as I look at it, I am finding a tough time of finding circulation. Okay, so basically, I've just got this big, we call it a wind bag here, and that's what this kind of is looking like here right now. So this whole area that is basically these colors. Thomasboro, I think you're going to get some strong winds there. Based from Thomasboro down to Champaign, some really strong winds associated with this storm as it's rolling through. Brandon, what do you got?
Kevin, just talked to somebody in Mahomet, and they tell me the strong winds came through. Power went out a couple times, at least twice. They said it is now back on there, though. Okay,
so some power outages there briefly. I think as of right now, kind of DeLand, Weldon area took a pretty good little hit from some of those winds. The tornado warning does continue. Rantoul, Penfield, Royal, Flatville, Sellers, Thomasboro, St. Joe, Ogden, all technically under the tornado warning. Again, really intense winds that kind of rolling through, but now we're watching it maybe down around. See this little pocket down here towards Sadorus and Pasodum. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Boy, is that our view now? Okay, so that's the view now here.
What kind of view?
Well, yeah.
Not much of a view.
I mean, it looks like a foggy night with a little bit of rain, but we just can't see because the rain is so heavy.
Boy, that area's been dealing with it, too. They had Tolono, the whole village was without power earlier today in that earlier round.
Yeah, so the view that we're getting from our studio camera there, and getting lots of, was that the stadium view there? I'm seeing some flashing lights down there as well. So some flashing lights, I'm sure, responding to, probably some power lines down. It's obviously going to be, because that's the stadium camera there. So that's the view from our stadium camera, which is obviously at South Neal there at Memorial Stadium. And then the view that we've had here at the studio.
Got a message from Mahomet Village president. His power is out. He lives on the west side of town, but he's in the car driving around to see what he can see, making sure people there in Mahomet are safe. But I do know that people are telling me winds have calmed down significantly in Mahomet.
Yeah, winds have calmed down quite a bit. Actually, yeah, Mahomet, you're good to come out of shelter. If you were sheltering in Mahomet, you're good. I'll say you're also good in Bonneville. You're good in Monticello. You're good in Whiteheath. Farmer City, obviously, Gibson City, no problems there. The worst of it now going to be between Thomasboro, Gifford, Royal, St. Joe area.
Not that you would be going out in this, but Marketplace Mall in Champaign is closed. I was just curious if people were sheltering in place there, and they said it's closed down.
Okay, looks like we're going to start to get more tornado warnings coming along this line here. Oconee, Pana. Might be getting a tornado warning here if they haven't already. We're going to be watching that. Actually, it's going to be down there, Fayette Montgomery area, the Ramsey area there under the tornado warning. So that's going to be down into Fayette County. So I know there's a lot of areas that we're monitoring here. Let's try to get you back to the wide view of everything. It is 7:23 p.m. I'm going to click this back over here. We're getting circulations all along this line now that have us concerned. Even more kind of stretching towards the southern end of this. And I got to tell you, I'm going to be watching things here. Look at Springfield. Boy, they're looking a lot calmer there. Wow, clear as day there in Springfield. But yeah, still going pretty good here for a lot of us. Going to be watching Philo to Tolono, just keeping an eye on things there. As you start to see some things on radar. Just want you guys to be paying attention. Jennifer?
We haven't mentioned Rantoul, I don't think, but we're getting reports of power outages in Rantoul.
Okay. I'm going to make my way back over to the wall here and track some of this. That's the big view that you're seeing. Big line of storms that is all the way across from, well, Vermilion County through Champaign, back down into Piatt, stretching into Christian, and now Shelby counties. And so what we're going to do here, we're going to show you where the storm, or the worst of the storms are located. And let's see what we've got here. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm running up here into Ford and Iroquois County. We'll start there for right now. We'll just kind of do a north to south sweep along this here. And strong storms there coming into Buckley before too long. Paxton, it's on top of you. Potomac, we're watching this area here with what was that really area strong winds and that little tornadic circulation. That's Penfield and Royal, St. Joe Sellers. You guys are still under the tornado warning. Things calming down a little bit in, downtown Champaign, so to speak. Still storming pretty good, probably over there towards the Philo area. So there's Willard Airport, Sadorus. I'm going to be watching this here. I just want to watch this area down here. You see this starting to take place a little bit? Okay. I'm just going to watch that on the next scan, see what it's doing. We got to go kind of diagonally in south and west. Tuscola, severe thunderstorm warnings for you. Atwood to Bourbon. Things calming down in Monticello to Cisco and Decatur. You guys are good. Still storming pretty good there in Dalton City, but the warning here is Lovington. And there's Seth now, kind of coming there south of Lovington as he tries to get kind of back ahead of this, and he'll be kind of reporting on the southern part of this line now as it begins to move in. So there's Humboldt, there's Mattoon, still well off in your distance. Storming pretty good in Assumption. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there in Pana. But now we get down here, and here comes that other tornado warning that got issued down here into Fayette County. Vandalia's down here. Here's Ramsey. There's 51. So that is the only other tornado warning that we've got here at this time. Bring you. So more reports of trees down coming into us here over around Mahomet. No surprise. I have a feeling we're probably going to have more of those coming in. And again, folks, if we're getting any pictures, be checking the Facebook and email and all the spots that we normally check here. Jacob he's on vacation, but I can hear him in my ear wherever he's at right now, and he's kind of helping out there from a distance. Jacob, for your sake, you might want to send those into the news account there if you can, just because they're going to be monitoring that a little bit more than our other place that we send those. So just an FYI there for you on that. St. Joe down to Sydney, this area, and I got to tell you, I'm just watching this area here. You never like to see those little kind of front end nubs start to take place. I'm just curious what the velocities kind of showing on there. Okay, between Philo, Crittenden, man, I'm going to watch that. We're going to see how this, kind of takes shape here. But Homer, Broadlands area, Philo, just be on the lookout there along 130. We'll just watch that carefully to see if anything comes from that, okay? Currently, severe thunderstorm warning. Let's come back up to where that tornado warning is, still in effect, and try to find something. There might be a little bit of hail there, north and west of St. Joe. Things calming down in Thomasboro. You're going to have these winds now coming into Royal, Penfield. There's the Middle Fork Forest Preserve up there in northeast Champaign County. Here's Ogden. So these strong winds now kind of going to be placed off here just a little bit to the east. So there might be something over there, maybe up towards west of Penfield. That's the best thing I can kind of maybe try to pick out of that. But even that, maybe not so much. Strong winds more than anything. And right there north of St. Joe, maybe a little bit of hail. So that's what we've got here. Sydney, Homer, this area, we've seen this before, folks, right? We've seen something similar to that before. Down there now, east of 130. I'm just going to keep watching that, see if the Weather Service decides to do anything. Maybe not as strong a signature as some of the earlier ones, but definitely something to watch out for. Again, guys, we're gonna try to find some of the some pictures, and if you've got any pictures of damage, or if you've heard of anything, if your power is out, you can send us some great information.
I've got Hegler, south of Tilton, Hegler. They've got an outage of around 430 people there. And Brett's reporting fire trucks have been going down 150 heading west past the house. So not sure what's happening there in Mahomet.
I know there's some power lines down on certain roads. Turkey Farm Road was one,
Yeah.
and then
I believe
there was another one.
I believe that because there's a substation that is basically just west of on 150 west of Mahomet, right there near the Mahomet and Piatt County line. There's a substation there where a lot of power kind of comes from. So that is something there. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of wires are going to be down in a lot of areas here. Still just watching that area south and east of Philo. I want to be kind of keeping a close eye on that. Yeah, boy, these are just so hard to try to pinpoint an area where you might have some of the rotation. Again, you can send any of your reports, news@WCIA.com, news@WCIA.com, to our email, and we can get some of those pictures or reports that you may have of power outages, trees down, anything of those sorts.
I know we're getting pictures of trees taking down power lines there in Mahomet.
So a lot of Mahomet's power lines are buried underground, but there are some areas there where they're not. And so I'll be curious to kind of hear where maybe some of those specific areas were. All right, folks, here's what we've got going on. Let me just kind of double check everything. I'm going to hold on this here just for a second to see if they do anything. It does look like the tornado warning that was once in effect there for Champaign County has been allowed to expire. I'm getting some reports here
This is Jennifer
of
near Clinton.
power lines down. Let's see.
Wondering where Mahomet?
Yeah, I just got one on Pulse Point. I saw it.
I've got Mahomet south of 150 on 47.
Mahomet south of 150 on 47. Okay, yeah.
Just north of the river. From Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
Gotcha. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. And so some power lines there on 47. So basically you come out of Mahomet there, south of 150 and 47.
Okay, remember we said Mahomet's president was running around in his car trying to see what he can see?
Yeah.
Thank you. He says down limbs all over town. Turkey Farm Road, you mentioned Turkey Farm Road, Brandon. Down power lines. He said, quote, kind of a mess. Fire trucks blocking Turkey Farm Road, so can't go north onto that road. Pole down at 150 and Turkey Farm Road. So I don't think I've said Turkey Farm Road so many times.
Yeah, Turkey Farm Road, yeah. Well, it's, during our coverage, that was the exact town, the exact road that I had pointed out. So Turkey Farm Road there. So that is no surprise that we're getting reports of that coming in here. Getting reports maybe up around Gifford, maybe some power lines down. I think we have had some strong winds in a lot of
South
areas.
South of Rantoul, thank you, Amanda. South of Rantoul, power's out.
Okay, south of Rantoul.
Or south side of Rantoul.
South side of Rantoul, power is out there. So we're seeing pockets of strong winds. I think here's what's something that's a little amazing here.
So can we?
Is we just had this storm roll through, Champaign County. I look off to the west towards Mahomet, and
I'm trying to get
you
back.
can see the sun starting to come out. As a matter of fact, I'm going to switch over to our other camera. As we look to the west, and here's the sun that is coming out there for us here at this time after these storms just came through. But they are still rocking and rolling and doing pretty good for areas to our south and east now. I'm just going to pan this back over because I've seen quite a few little flashes of lightning. So this is going to be looking down a little bit more towards, say, the Philo, Sydney area. So the right side is going to be a little bit more looking to the west there, but still storming really good down there. You're going to start to see the State Farm Center come into view there. but let me bring this over just a little bit more. There we go. That's a little bit more towards the south and west, where you're going to see a lot of the lightning strikes kind of showing up with our storms. So right now, it is 7:34. We've got a tornado warning in effect for Fayette County, near Ramsey, and maybe coming into the Beecher City area here before too long. And that's possibly into Effingham County. Look at all those lightning strikes that are still showing up on this storm here in Champaign, looking to the southeast. Brandon, you got something?
Yeah, Kevin, I was just doing a little rough count of just our viewing area, so the area that we cover here in central Illinois, and just in that area alone, there are more than 9,800 people currently without power. That's according to Ameren's outage map.
All right, 9,800 people without power, just kind of in our area. And that's just, is that just Ameren?
Just Ameren.
Okay.
That is just Ameren.
So on just Ameren there. All right, folks, we've still got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. Several. I want to talk about our friends down in Effingham. There's a storm that is currently tornado warned that is west of you. It's over towards Ramsey right now. Still showing some pretty good signs of circulation on it. If you are watching over into Effingham County, it's been calm for a few hours here after some storms earlier, but things may ramp back up for you here before too long. So I just wanted to kind of mention that here, and I'll show that to you here in a second, but not out of the woods yet. Bring it back to our radar view now. Strong line of storms now pushing into Vermilion County. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect there. Going to be right over the Ogden area. And still just seeing those kind of sporadic areas of strong winds between Gifford, Potomac, probably over St. Joe, north of St. Joe to Royal right now. And those are going to be pushing into Vermilion County in the next 10 minutes or so, some of those stronger winds. Storm are pretty good in Villa Grove, Camargo, Broadlands area, just knocking on your doorstep. Going to have those strong winds begin to pick up. We're watching this area here, Findlay, Bethany, severe thunderstorm warnings. But here we go is what I was talking about. So you can see Effingham there on the right portion of your screen, and Ramsey, tornado warning in effect down there. If we've got Seth with us, we were showing Seth's location. Maybe we can get a little bit from Seth there. Looks like, are you between kind of Sullivan, Mattoon there, looks like, on Highway 121? Is that about right?
For the better part of 45 minutes, but I'm well out ahead of it now, enough to the point where I'm going to try to get into Mattoon, and what I think I'm going to do from there, I'm going to try to head south as quickly as I can here, see if I can get to Effingham in time to just kind of monitor things from that perspective. If I can't quite get all the way there, I'll at least get some of the strong winds along the line, so I'm going to do my best to help cover the southern mode of these storms. It's been a busy last couple hours up there closer to home around the Champaign area, so I've been taking note of that for sure, but still some action down here all up and down this line. I've had a shelf cloud behind me, like I said, for about an hour and 15 minutes now, so this thing's just been chasing me. I'm out ahead of it though, and like I said, I'm going to try my best to get down there into the Effingham County area and see what we can see from that. I will mention, Kevin, it's obvious at this point, but we're getting close to the 8 o'clock hour. We're losing that daylight. Good news is we have a lot of lightning on these storms, so hopefully we'll be able to see what's happening there at the front edge of them, but we are going to lose some natural light here before too long, and that may make things harder by the time I do get down there to the south, closer to a place like Effingham, to actually see what's happening. But yes, currently in progress on 121, heading towards Mattoon, not too far away from there right now. That is my current location, and I will report anything I see to you soon, Kevin, but if you don't hear from me, I am on my way to Effingham. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, had some people saying, Kevin, it's really yellow in Mahomet right now, and I can show you why.
I sent you a picture of it too. I think I know what you're talking about.
Let me see if I can pull up. So that's the camera view. I know it looks a little blurry, but the sun is setting. The sun is back out. in Mahomet in there, and so you're getting this yellow glow to the sky, and so a lot of people are like, why does it look so yellow here? And it's because, again, the sun is back out. It's setting there low on the horizon.
And can I say,
Yeah.
because of that, we've got some beautiful pictures of rainbows coming
Yeah, they
in.
are
We're trying to
just
get some of
gorgeous.
those on. We've got a double rainbow, full rainbow, and we've got this picture coming out of Mahomet. I don't think it's ready yet, but it really kind of tells the both sides of the story of this storm. We're going to get that as well, and we've got some video also coming in from Mahomet that we're going to get you.
Gotcha. The good and bad of this. So, the sun coming back out there, but we're looking towards more of the bad there. That's southeast of Champaign. We'll pan it back around. And again, watch how the sky color changes. Deep dark to some of those yellows and oranges that kind of come through when we look a little bit off there to the north and west. So just a weird storm system here, one that has had a ton of warnings associated with it. Big wide view again, severe storms, maybe some hail. Southeastern Champaign County, Broadlands area, Homer might have some of that hail. St. Joe. For those of you that are in Champaign, you're good. Urbana, kind of the same thing, just to kind of give you an idea, because there's a lot of people asking, am I good? Yeah, Rantoul, Fisher, Mahomet, Champaign, you're good. St. Joe down to Sidney, Broadlands, Villa Grove, still severe thunderstorm warning, and then coming into Vermilion County, Bismarck, and before too long, also Danville. So Danville, you're next. Our friends that live over there in Vermilion County. I just want to pull up the camera there just real quick in Vermilion County and show Danville, as we've got the camera. It's going to be pointed straight to the west, and you're going to start to see that same sort of shelf cloud develop there off in the distance. You've got the lightning that's kind of coming in there, but that's going to be that leading edge, and especially kind of on the north side, maybe define just a little bit more as we kind of pan it across. So we're going to watch you guys out there in Danville. Sounds like we've got some pictures. Prediction.
Pictures coming in. These are coming in, I believe, from Ryan. These are the Mahomet pictures and video I was talking about. Do we have those, Hannah, the Mahomet?
I also sent it to you as well, Hannah.
Okay, she's still working on it.
I think they're kind of working on.
Here we go.
Okay.
So this is coming in from Ryan. This is Mahomet South 150 on 47. Peacock Drive. Thank you, Ryan, for that good picture. We know exactly where that is. And you see the tree, power lines down, a lot of that going on in Mahomet. And then this is what I was talking about, the tale of both sides of the storm. You've got the tree down and then the rainbow coming in. This is also in Mahomet. Thank you, Melissa, for that one. That's Ryan.
Looks like a nice tree branch snapped off there in Mahomet.
We've got St. Joe coming next.
Pretty big tree. You can see it there.
Big one.
Pretty big tree across the road there. You can see the roots. They're kind of tough to see, but look right there in the center part of your screen.
I have a feeling, Kevin, this is going to be one of those storms where this is going to be all hands on deck, and neighbors are going to be helping neighbors, because there's no way you can wait for a county department to come and clear out all of this.
Yeah, chainsaws. You're going to hear the chainsaws possibly late into the night in some areas. They try to clear some of the roads out here, but we are just getting all kinds of reports of trees and power lines that are down in a lot of areas here tonight. It has been obviously a busy night for many. The severe thunderstorm warnings continue, and tornado warning in effect down here into Fayette County. And we're going to see if they carry this into Effingham County, because that kind of would be next. You've got east of Ramsey and Highway 51. Beecher City, that warning kind of juts right up next to you. And just checking here to see what this new warning is. Trees and power lines down in Champaign near Centennial. And lots of those reports in Mahomet. Again, not surprised with just what that radar signature looked like a little bit earlier. Tornado warning continues northern Fayette County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here. Shelbyville, Findlay, Sullivan, Arthur, Arcola, Broadland's still a really strong storm there in Seidel.
Also getting reports of wires down on Shell House Road in Rantoul. That just came in 2 minutes ago.
Okay, watching our storm here in Vermilion County now. That is starting to, listen, there's some strong winds in there. Just kind of looking at some things here on the side. A lot of tree damage in, we talked about Mount Pulaski kind of early when this all kind of started, was up, near Mount Pulaski with the storms. Got a report of a tree on a house in Mahomet. Tree on a house in Mahomet. I'm going to see if I can find exactly where that is. Again, we're watching our storms. So that's going to be over by Spring Lake, I think. Looks like over by Spring Lake, potentially, which kind of matches up with where some of those strong winds were that kind of came through on the south side of town there and west side of town. Reports of power lines down in the Ogden area. So Ogden, no surprise there as the winds are coming through. And we just kind of show you what some of these winds are looking like. Anytime you get kind of that kind of beige color, we're seeing that. Widen the view out here to show you all of the storms. We're going to see what the Weather Service does with our storm down here with the tornado warned storm coming towards Wright's Corner. There's Beecher City. They may just opt to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see what they do, but that's going to be kind of the next decision there. We'll say this, we are getting some really heavy rainfall as well. Might be leading to some flooding in some areas. So severe thunderstorm warning, Effingham County into Shelby, Cumberland, Coles, Edgar County, Vermilion County, all along the line. Over the last hour, there's the progression moving to the east and kind of southeast. Very linear shape, but you may have some occasional spin-ups that can occur along the line, which is kind of the concern when you get the tornado. But we've had, I think, widespread winds that have occurred, maybe some 70 or 80 mile an hour winds that might have occurred in some areas. Strongest storm, I would say, is actually probably going to be, aside from our tornado warning storm, this Jamaica Seidel storm looks pretty good down this way. Might even have a little bit of hail in there. If you're down towards the Georgetown area, this thing's going to be coming in your direction here pretty soon. Lots of storm damage reports, lots of, wind and power lines and trees down as a result of these storms. As a matter of fact, if I pull up the power outage map for Piatt County, wow. So bear with me here for a second. I think that there are quite a few without in Piatt County. Let me try to pull this up. So this is going to be from poweroutages.us, and so it shows the map here for Piatt County. And when we click on just Piatt County here, 4,566 customers without power. That's 50% of all of their customers in Piatt County. So 50% of Piatt County customers are without power. Looks like about 1,000 in DeWitt, and Logan County about 1,700. So 50% in Piatt County without power. So that is that's pretty incredible there. Looking at Champaign County, looks like 1,000. So you guys can't see that there. It's kind of zoomed in too much. Hold on here, folks. So 1,586 without power in Champaign County, but definitely Piatt County. Piatt County seems to be by far the worst. 50% of the county without power. Back to the radar here, showing our storms coming in to Jamaica, Sidell. Severe thunderstorm warnings there, and just a sliver of a tornado warning left on our Beecher City, kind of west of Beecher City, coming into Effingham. Tornado warning that is in effect. So we'll come back here, show you our views from our camera. So that's Danville as the storm begins to move in. Maybe we can move the camera around just a little bit here and try to give you another little better view of this. So Danville, you're definitely seeing the lightning from our storm. We'll just try to see if we can see anything. So again, you're not under any kind of a tornado warning there in Danville, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning, and I wouldn't be surprised if you get some 60, 70 mile an hour winds. You might get a little bit of hail in there. This is kind of looking to the northwest. We'll pan this right back here to the west. You might see that little shelf cloud there in the distance, which is always that indicator of strong winds on the leading edge of the storm as it comes through. So that, again, is the view in Danville, where you might have 60 mile an hour winds and some quarter-size hail. The view from our Effingham camera is going to show us that storm also coming in there from the west. And wow, look at that, kind of lighting up the sky down that way. And I'm just checking to see, you got a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. And so it looks like they've just continued the severe thunderstorm warning there in Effingham County. So here we are, it's a 7:51. And for the folks that are in production and back at the hub in Dallas, we're probably about to send it back to regular program unless we got a few other things here. It's coming up. If you guys have some other things, go ahead, and if you've got any other reports or anything. Oh, never mind. I thought we might. They didn't carry the warning on, but now they just went ahead and issued the warning. Never mind. We're staying on. We're back. Sorry, folks. And again,
run it back, Kevin.
Yeah, here we go. New tornado warning. I thought we might be able to squeeze, get away with it because they didn't, immediately issue that tornado warning. But Effingham, you're now under a tornado warning. Effingham, your sirens are going off, or probably about to go off. There's Seth. He's going to be on the edge of that tornado warning here before too long. Like he's shooting down 57 right now. But basically, it's for this storm that was coming out of Fayette County. You're going to be heading into northern Effingham County. So this is basically Beecher City, Shumway to Effingham. It also includes Cumberland County, a little sliver of Cumberland County, and technically also Shelby County there. So it's Stewartson. Okay, it's close to Fancher there, and Sigel. So this is the new tornado warning. So this had a pretty good circulation on it, earlier. And there's still something there right near Beecher City. And that's what I'm going to try to pull up for you guys. So the rotation's right there. It's going to be right there. Beecher City on top of you guys. So that's going to kind of hang right along Highway 33 that goes down towards the Shumway area and eventually to maybe Sigel. It's going to hug right along the Cumberland and the Effingham County line. So if you're in Beecher City, take shelter, rotation on that. It's going to be just south of Cowden, but Beecher City area there, that thing's on top of you. The thing is right on top of you. A little concerned there with, maybe some of the radar signatures. There's some strong winds there. Definitely some rotation. It is right on top of Beecher City. So that's going to be right on the Shelby and Effingham County line. Stewartson, you're in that, man. Yeah, there's some strong winds there. That's some good, or again, I keep using the word good. Should we say bad rotation there? But it's over Beecher City right now. Be on the lookout there. If you are in Stewartson, definitely be watching things. But Beecher City, you have high concern right now for a tornado. Shumway, Beecher City, Stewartson, that area there. That's kind of my biggest concern down the line, possibly Sigel. That rotation is pretty clear. Let's see here. We've got Seth. Let's see. So Seth is. Let me just double check. See if we can chime in with Seth here.
I got you. Yep.
And talk with him a little bit. Seth, are you just coming into Effingham County? Is that right?
Okay, sorry, my audio got interrupted there. I've entered the tornado warning polygon, so I had some noise there in my ear. I am on County Road 100 East, so I'm not actually on 57. The most efficient route kept me off the interstate, and to be quite honest, I think I want to avoid the interstate just because if I get caught by this thing, that's the last place I want to be is on 57. So I'm making my way to Sigel right now. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to get there in enough time. If by the time I get to Sigel, it looks like things are kind of crashing up on me, I might kind of head south and east to the Montrose area. So I'm just kind of watching Montrose, Teutopolis, Steedrick, one of those three places I'm going to try my best to get to before this line kind of moves through. And look at this, they're just electric lightning, and the sky's just getting lit up every few seconds here. So powerful storm moving this way has become the most dominant feature here along this line down this direction for sure. So I'm going to continue marching south, Kevin. I am just about to enter Neoga here in just a moment, and then I'll continue to head south and see if we can cut this thing off, jump in front of it, see if we can get again around Sigel or Montrose, and I'll do my best to get a view of it. I've lost the daytime daylight here, of course, but there is not going to be any shortage of lightning. Hopefully we'll be able to see something. So that's where I'm at right now, getting into Neoga, heading south. We'll do my best to get to Sigel. Kevin, back to you.
All right, thanks there. Looks like that storm there is going to be between Stewartson and Shumway, where the rotation is, right there along 33 between Beecher City, Shumway. You need to be in your tornado safe spot down there, Effingham County, far southern portions of Shelby County. Jennifer Roscoe back in here with us with an update.
Looking
Jennifer,
ahead to tomorrow, DeLand Weldon schools, no class tomorrow because they're trying to clean up there. Not even an e-learning day. It's just, kids, you got the day off. It's not a snow day, it is a weather day, and they're trying to clean up, so no school tomorrow in DeLand Weldon.
And we're also getting reports of, obviously, with the way the rain came down, some flooding here in Champaign and in other parts. I also got a video sent to me. Hannah, if you're back there, let me know when we get that up and we can talk about it. I had some friends down there in the Mount Zion area with some pretty bad flooding in their yard.
Also, official report from Ford County EMA. Good news, they say no major damage. Some limbs and a tree on the south side of Route 9 are down.
And then the Champaign County EMA also saying trees down multiple areas around the county, power lines down in Ogden, we mentioned that, and then shows 2,140 customers without power in Champaign County.
Kevin, what are you seeing? Catlin Road, Tilton, anything there?
Catlin Road, Tilton.
I'm just getting a message. I don't want to say what it is, but I was just curious if you're seeing anything there.
No, nothing. I mean, it's a pretty good storm. You're going to have, really heavy rainfall, maybe some hail in there. If anything, actually, there's something, maybe west of Georgetown that's showing up a little bit better on radar. Also,
if you are thinking, okay, Champaign, it's time to get out and about, Kelly is telling us flooding near Prospect and University, so you might want to avoid that area.
Okay, so here's what we're tracking here, folks. The latest tornado warning. Pretty good cell here. Shumway, Stewartson, tornado safe spot as there's some of that rotation on this. And this is one that's kind of been there for quite some time. It's probably actually not going to be just kind of southeast of Beecher City as I kind of look at it on radar. I'm going to try to point it out for you. Switch things over to our velocity here. Yeah, so it's going to be right here. Point it out. So south of, it's actually now south of 33 where probably some of that rotation is between Beecher City and Shumway. So that thing, depending upon the direction it takes, it's going to be somewhere between Shumway, the north side of Effingham, could eventually, lift up a little bit more to the north and east, but maybe taking a little bit of a tiny little bit of a right turn, so to speak. But it's located right there, right along Highway 33, Beecher City to Shumway. Tornado warning. Listen, your tornado sirens might be going off in Neoga, Sigel, and Effingham. Right now, the concern is going to be there between Beecher City, Shumway, along 33. Jennifer, what do you got?
Just a quick update to DeLand Weldon. I just received word that there was no school. Now I'm looking at their Facebook post. The school took storm damage.
Yeah.
So I've got a picture. We're going to get this picture posted.
Well, and that's what I kind of thought that when you said that, they're not doing no school unless probably something big happened there at the school,
I just thought they want the kids to be safe and get out there and help their neighbors.
Get out and help them. I mean, listen.
That's a good thing. That's a learning experience.
No, I agree. If a school would like to do that, that's actually probably a really good idea for some areas, because I don't think they're the only ones. But yeah, I'm going to guess that they took some damage, and that does not surprise me at all. I think they might have even gotten hit by a tornadic circulation. I would not rule that out. Here we go, guys, watching a tornado warning. It's 8 o'clock. Those of you that are tuning in here with us, hoping to watch some of the programming here, the reason that we are on the air, we've got a tornado warning that is in effect for southern Shelby County, northern Effingham County, and kind of the southwestern sliver of Cumberland County. Tornado warning. We've had multiple 70, 80 mile an hour wind reports, power lines, trees down, most likely, from what I could tell on radar, some tornadoes that occurred here tonight. They'll have to go back and assess all of that. But those are things that we're dealing with here. And now the area of concern is down here into Effingham, right on the Effingham and almost kind of Shelby County line, eventually coming in to Cumberland County. We've got Seth, who is down there, circulations there that are showing up. And I got to tell you, there might be a couple of them there between Stewartson and Shumway that are trying to show up. So be in your tornado safe spot down there. We're watching this and tracking it for you. And we're going to continue to keep you up to date on that as the storm moves off to the east. If you're in Neoga, Sigel, you guys be taking shelter as well. More reports coming into us here from Brandon. What do you got?
Yeah, Kevin, I know you were following that rotation, so I'll make this quick, or that possible rotation, I should say. This came in from near Mount Zion. This is a couple of friends we have. If we can go ahead and throw the video up now, if we could play that from a couple of friends in Mount Zion, that really shows the amount of water that this storm dumped. We've been talking about the high winds, we've been talking about power lines down, we've been talking, about the damage, but the amount of water that this thing dumped as well. If we could get that up, that'd be great.
Well,
it really shows a good example.
While we're waiting for that to come up, because we are out of the drought now, we've had all of that rain, and we were talking about when does the scale
when's the
tip
line
in the other direction, that it's too much of a good thing, and we might be seeing some of that. I know I was just checking, somebody sent us pictures that there's a river in their backyard in the Abbey Fields neighborhood. So we are
standing water
getting
in farm fields.
Standing water in lots of places. I'm looking for, where's my Lauren? Lauren sent me a message, no damage in her neighborhood, but a farmer's field behind my house is essentially a lake. She's in, Lauren's there in Champaign. So.
Yeah, and that's what this video shows. Okay, here it is right now. That is not supposed to be there. All that water, no. Yeah, not supposed to be there at all. There, you can hear them. I don't know if the audio's on here, but they talk about it's the most they've ever had at their house there, and that's their yard, that's their driveway right there, and there's water obviously flowing over that driveway.
A bubbling brook at this point.
It is.
And I think you also want to think about the farmers who just planted.
Right.
And what their fields are looking like right now. So we're definitely going to be following that story tomorrow. If you're a farmer, message us. Let us know what you're seeing in your fields. Did you just plant, and now do you have concerns? concerns about what comes next.
All right, guys, back over here as we talk about what we've got going on still. Storming real good. I know we've got some folks here either like, hey, it's storming like crazy down here in Tilton and in the Danville area, Danville, Georgetown area. Obviously, you know, really intense line of storms there that are rolling through. We're seeing some of the winds here, Westville. Okay, Georgetown, strong winds coming in. We're just going to do a little bit of a radar tour, then take you back down to that tornado warning cell into northern Effingham County. So there's Georgetown, Indianola, Seidel, strong storm there, going to be coming into Edgar County here before too long. There's Newman. Severe thunderstorm continues, watching the Hinesboro area, down to Humboldt, Arcola, strong storm there from Cooks Mills. There's Allenville, Windsor, Gaze area, really, really heavy rainfall there. Get down to Strasburg, and now here we go where the tornado warning is. That's Stewartson, Shumway, here's Sigel, and here's Effingham. Let's try to find where maybe some of that circulation could be. We have to look at the velocity, and again, now it's kind of back over the Shumway area, maybe even Stewartson. There, like I said, there was almost kind of a couple different areas here where there might be some of that rotation. So along Highway 32 there, definitely need to be taking shelter if you're in this area. That's Sigel. Neoga's up here. There's Two Topless, Effingham right down here. Rotation on this here going to be between Shumway and the Stewartson area. When you look at it on radar with just the regular reflectivity, there's some strong winds there near Stewartson. Really strong winds right there. Right over 32 now, okay? And possibly some circulation going on here. So we're definitely concerned about this area here. It's going now, I mean, the circulation has kind of been, you know, moving, you know, down, dancing around a little bit. But you've got this right here on the Shelby County line down into Effingham County. Right there's Sigel, and now we're talking about getting into Cumberland County here. But those are some strong winds, and there's a little bit of a circulation there. So I'd be concerned for that area there. So if you are in Stewartson, then eventually up towards Neoga, anywhere in this area here between Sigel, basically we kind of do a triangle, Neoga, you know, Stewartson, Sigel, this area here is going to be kind of on the lookout as that circulation. Once again, you're not going to be able to see hardly anything, but there's going to be some extremely heavy rain and really strong winds here on that storm, and essentially in that location there is where that potential is. It's kind of back the view out just a little bit to kind of widen things. You can see this warning that comes up here into Cumberland County, and so this sliver right here, that's Cumberland County right there. But this rotation there, it's picked up just a little bit in the last few signatures. So I would be concerned there if you're Neoga, Sigel, Stewartson, just be paying attention. And even getting ready to come into Effingham, things are going to start to pick up a little bit more with some of that heavier rainfall. And again, that circulation is just, it is dug deep into the middle of that extremely heavy rainfall. And you're going to have that embedded tornado in that rain, and that's what we're seeing there. Lightning showing up all across our cameras here tonight. Seth's view there on the bottom right, and then some of our cameras here. That's actually our Effingham camera. That's going to in the top right there of our triple box there, and that's going to be showing you again that leading edge. You can almost kind of pick it out. Is that little shelf cloud right there on the leading edge that's going to be coming into Effingham where those strong winds are. I mean, you can just kind of see that lightning, but concern here for that circulation that is basically going to be south and east of Stewartson now between Neoga and Sigel. You guys, tornado safe spot, get into your shelter there with this storm as it continues to move in. So I'm going to come back over here because I want to be able to move my camera around a little bit there in the Effingham area to kind of show you that. Jennifer, you've got some stuff over there?
Well, Vermilion County now coming in. Vermilion County, you're on board. We've got pea-size hail in Tilton and in Westville right now. And we've got Shelby County EMA telling us seems like the worst of it went south of the county. Only damage report from there. Power outages, power line down in Tower Hill, down in Tower Hill. And then we do have a road closure. Now, State Police, I get to say Turkey Farm Road one more time.
There you go.
Yeah, down power lines causing the road to be closed. Drivers take an alternate route. They don't know how long it's going to be closed.
That's at County Road 200 East, I believe.
Okay.
Turkey Farm Road.
Great. Very good.
And Coles County in the clear. Coles County EMA giving us that they're
Coles
good.
County.
Have not been informed. I will say their EMA saying not informed of any reports there in Coles County.
Okay, yet. You guys still have storms coming through down there in Coles County. Not clear as far as storms go, but they haven't had anything just yet. That road, I just want to come back to the storm here. We're going to go to Seth next. Seth is going to be up next. That rotation picked up pretty good there, basically between Stewartson and Sigel. And Seth, what is your location right now? Because I'm seeing the lightning flash pretty good at your location. What do you got?
Yep, cross my fingers, I keep service here because I've had a lot of phone calls drop out in this particular area, but I'm on what's called, the folks in Diedrich called this anyway, the Diedrich Blacktop. It's officially known as County Road 500 East. So I'm heading south. I am a little bit to the north of Montrose. My goal was to try to get to Montrose as the storm was sneaking up on me here. I'm thinking I'm going to have to shoot a little farther south of that. I think I might end up in my own front yard out of this, end up in Diedrich here with the way the storm is moving. But either way, off the charts here with this storm. As I look out to the right, to my right, which would be out there to the west, I just see a little bit of a shelf cloud moving on through. It's going to be an intense storm, but one thing I want to note, Kevin, and I'm sure you've brought this up several times, that area of rotation kind of between Stewartson and Sigel, there are miles of rain out in front of that. I mean, that thing is buried within the rain. So hopefully people are kind of heeding the warnings right now because there is no way anyone's going to see what's in that mess, especially with the nighttime, the lack of daylight and all that rain packed into it. It's going to be a mess. So again, I'm heading south, going to get to Montrose here before too long. I'm going to shoot south to Diedrich and we'll see what we can see, but definitely up against the ear with all this rain and of course the night sky as well. So we're keeping an eye on things, Kevin. I see that shelf cloud out to my right. We're going to stay just ahead of this rain, but I'll probably have a better report of what's happening here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. Back to you.
All right, sounds good. Again, the highest concern right now is with the tornado warning. Sigel, tornado safe spot, Sigel to Neoga. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. We're seeing that rotation. That's going to be basically just northwest of town. And as Seth was mentioning, you're not going to be able to see anything. I have to look at this product, it's called our Velocity View, to be able to see what's going on in the storm, because if I showed you just the reflectivity, that's where the tornado would be. It is in the middle of torrential rain. You wouldn't see it at all. Okay, so a heavy rainfall, and again, here's your rotation. It's going to be, actually now it's a little bit to the east there now. So that thing there, you're going to be right there near west of Sigel. That's the rotation on that. Getting your tornado safe spot. So it is going to be east of Stewartson now, but definitely catching some of that rotation. It's going to come really close to Sigel, maybe on the north side of town, right along 45 and of course 57. I-57 and US 45, the rotation right there near Sigel. So tornado safe spot right now as that continues to move to the north and east. And so then down the line, you're talking Neoga, maybe, if they have to carry this warning, you're going to be mentioning Toledo, maybe you get up here into, southern portions of Coles County, maybe. That's just down the line if this would maintain itself. Right now, clear rotation signature, strong winds, but that rotating signature is moving right over Sigel as we speak. So folks there, I hope are okay, but definitely we're seeing that rotation showing up over Sigel right now. There it is. If you are in Sigel, if you are anywhere just north and east of town, you need to absolutely be in your tornado safe place as the tornado warnings continue. The rotation is pretty evident there on radar. I'm going to see if I can, sometimes we can look at what's called the tornado debris signature to try to see anything, and not see anything immediate, but Again, just another good radar signature. If nothing else, I bet you there are some really strong winds within that storm there. So tornado warning continues for Sigel. It is on top of you, and that tornado is right in the middle of just torrential rainfall. You're not going to see a single thing. Let's see. I just want to come back here. I'm not sure what camera I've pulled up, but I will eventually have. Okay, there's Effingham. Yeah. So storm is coming into Effingham here. You're technically in the tornado warning, but I'm seeing more of the circulation up there, towards the Sigel area. But I mean, that's still a really good storm that's coming through. If you're watching us in Effingham, you can see just all of the lightning from that. So we're looking to the southwest on our camera there. It's going to be right there along the interstate or all the gas stations. You can actually see the gas station sign there off in the distance. I'm going to pan down so you can kind of see some of the sheets of rain coming across here at the hospital, and well, you can kind of see it. Look at the flag there. Goodness. Sheets of rain there. And the flag blowing pretty good. So, yeah, the storm that's coming into Effingham, severe thunderstorm warning continues for you guys. You might have some 60-mile-an-hour winds in there, but the rotating part of the cell is right over Sigel, and I bet they just had some really strong winds roll right through Sigel, and I wouldn't be surprised if they've got some damage from either a tornadic circulation or from some of the winds. But again, that's Effingham, so that's going to be just north of where the circulation is. Sigel is just north, obviously, there of Effingham. But again, we're just kind of panning our camera around here, looking at the views of the storm as it comes through the Effingham area right now. It is 8:15 p.m. We are tracking severe weather with you. Tornado warning in Cumberland, parts of Shelby, and Effingham counties. My biggest concern is going to be right on the Shelby and now kind of Cumberland County lines. This is moving a little bit more into Cumberland County now, where I think we've got some of that better circulation ongoing. So it's going to be right here. And the only way to be able to really pick it out is by looking at the velocity. And yeah, there's your strong winds that probably just went through Sigel. That's going to be right over County Road 400 or County Highway 23. Strong winds there that have moved through. Jennifer.
Talking about the rain.
Yeah.
Buckets of rain we're getting. Paul says he's got a report of 3 inches of rain south of Danville. That's a lot of rain in a short amount of time.
A lot of water, for sure. We've heard reports of flooding in a lot of areas, and that's going to be a thing. Starting to get some more pictures in here of some damage to some barns in the Mansfield area. Again, we thought that storm between Mansfield and Mahomet had some winds in it, and I think there's a lot of areas that got impacted there, where there's power lines, trees. And if you have any photos or something you would like to share them with us, you can email news@wcia.com, news@wcia.com, videos, pictures, damage, trees down, power lines down. If you heard anything, if you're an official for one of the cities, you can email us and let us know kind of what you're hearing. Jennifer, what do you got now?
Flooding on Bradley between Prospect and Neal. So again, if you think, okay, it's okay to go out and I'm going to, run an errand at 8:17 at night in Champaign, you might not want to do that. Stay home. It can wait till tomorrow because you don't know what roads are flooded.
Exactly. And the good news with all this, too, we still haven't gotten any reports, and we never want to get these type of reports, but we haven't got any about anybody being hurt, any injuries, nothing of that. So let's hope that continues.
Okay, Hannah is telling us, okay, again, near DeLand Weldon, we're talking school closed tomorrow. We've got storm damage and debris has closed Route 10. The grade school and cafeteria have heavy damage out there again.
Where was that at?
DeLand Weldon.
Okay, yeah. So DeLand Weldon area.
Or DeLand, because half the town says it one way, half the town says another.
Yeah, right. DeLand, yeah, absolutely. I was going to try to pull up the county road in Mahomet. Is it? Where was the road that? Let me see here. US 150 and County Road 200 East. So 150 and 200 East. Wow, that's actually Turkey Farm Road.
Turkey Farm Road.
Yeah.
I got to say it again.
Jennifer's got to say Turkey Farm Road quite a bit here. But it sounds like that's where there was quite a bit of damage, or at least some power lines, and they have that closed. I mean, that is over there in my neck of the woods, actually. So, wife says she thinks everything's okay. But
Tamara, we need a weather report from you, please.
I mean, that's really close over there. But so basically, if you're familiar, that's going to be kind of the last road out of Mahomet. So I'll just kind of bring you back over here. I just want to show the folks here again where it's closed. Oh, we got a new tornado warning for Jasper and Clark. We'll skip that and come back down here. So new tornado warning, actually the rest of Cumberland there and into Clark. So now green up. So they just kind of carried this on more to the east. So tornado warnings continue. So there's Seth. Seth again. He's down there between Montrose and, well, he's going to say hi to mom and dad possibly down there. Yeah, make him a sandwich. Can you throw it to him in a moving target in the car so we can keep tracking the storms for us down there? Okay, so the tornado warning does continue. They've just added it. It's now the rest of Cumberland County. It's Toledo. It's Greenup. It's Casey into Clark County. Jennifer.
Dylan is telling us he just drove home. There's a tree down over the road on 49. That's roughly 5 to 7 miles north of 74, laying across both lanes. Also heavy flooding that is very deep, at least all the way until 136. The flooding is spotty, but very deep. And Kevin, tell our viewers how dangerous that can be.
Yeah, you know, the flooding, water, it doesn't take but, 6 inches moving water can knock a person off his feet. Foot of water, 18 inches can carry a car. So you don't want to drive through the flooded roads. And I was reading some reports from the Weather Service. They're talking about, listen, this sounds like a wild thing, but the ground from this morning's rain and today has really got saturated and is not handling it as it would have a month ago when we were in the middle of a drought. So we are getting more reports of flooding than we've had in a long time. There are flood warnings that are in effect for some areas, including Effingham County, parts of Shelby County there, Fayette County, Montgomery, and Macoupin as well. But there are going to be many other areas that are flooding here tonight.
We are getting a lot of pictures in as well of those rainbows, and one's got a lightning strike in there too. Would like to get that on at some point.
Yeah, also curious about any of your damage pictures and damage that you may have from the storms. We are tracking still a tornado warning storm in Cumberland County. Still, I mean, that thing is looking pretty good in terms of, or bad. I never know how to say that. Good, bad. It's bad, from the terms of you don't want that, but from a circulation standpoint, that's what you're going to see when you've got possibly a tornado there. If you're in Toledo, if you are in Jewett, Greenup, you should be in your tornado safe spot. Tornado warning continues for you. Roslyn, north of Montrose is where that circulation is, but that is going to be coming right there, Jewett to Greenup. Concern is showing up with this area. If you are watching us in Cumberland County, please get in your tornado safe spot. Strong winds, if nothing else, but these little circulations that sort of pop up every now and again, when that occurs, that could produce a tornado really quick. Toledo, this thing's a few minutes from you. And the way that I kind of see this on radar, where the circulation is, here's your rotation, okay? And here's the direction that it's going. To the northeast, this thing's going to be on top of you, all right? So definitely, tornado safe spot, Toledo. We'll say just in case Jewett. We'll say just in case Greenup. But right there is where the area of concern is at this time in Cumberland County. I know Effingham County, you guys got hit pretty good with the storm, some strong winds coming through, but the better tornadic circulation is up there to the north. If Seth is there, maybe I'll throw it to him. It looks like maybe he's stopped there for a second. I'm just going to kind of show his location. And I'm going to guess a lot of lightning down there with the storms kind of coming in. As soon as I pull up his location on the radar, you can kind of see where he's at. So there's Seth, just ahead of the line. That's probably going to hit you here real soon. Seth, tell us about where you are and what you're seeing.
Yep, Kevin, I am posted up in Diedrich right now. I'm out here in the kind of industrial park right there is the Diedrich Water Tower. I'm in the Fire Protection District's parking lot. This is Higgs Welding right in front of me. Basically, I've kind of gotten to the end of the line here since I am familiar with the area. I'm just going to watch as this thing moves overhead and just kind of give people an example of what's happening here within these storms. So just a light show out here as I look to the west down Route 33. The shelf cloud is pretty much over my head right now, so things are probably going to pick up and get pretty intense here in the next couple of minutes, but this is going to be one of the better views you can see of what's happening here within these storms. Again, I'm just on the west side of Diedrich right now, looking at Higgs Welding. The lightning is starting to take over. The raindrops becoming a lot more frequent here, and I've got several flags blowing in the background here behind me, and I am anticipating those will start to go pretty crazy here before too long. So again, I'm in Diedrich right now. I've kind of reached the end of the line with these storms. It's taken me every bit of an hour and a half here to jump in front of something, and now we're finally going to watch this as it comes on in. This is not where any sort of a rotation is. There's probably just strong winds in this particular section. Not quite the same situation up there north of the east of Montrose, heading into Cumberland County, where they've got some of that rotation. But Kevin, at the very least, we're going to watch a pretty strong storm roll right through Diedrich here, and I'll have the view up for the next several minutes as this one moves through, and then I'm thinking afterwards, maybe head north, see if there was any damage done by some of those earlier storms in the line. So we're watching this thing roll in. The rain is picking up. The wind is picking up. It is go time here in Diedrich. So we're about to watch a pretty intense storm move on through, Kevin.
Yeah, you can see it there just kind of coming in to his location there in Diedrich. And here's what it looks like again on radar. We'll bring it back here in just a second. And you can see here on radar what we've got. If we can come back to me or come back to the radar, there we go. So that's what Seth is about to encounter. Barely to his north is the tornado warned part of the cell. If you are in Toledo, you have to be in your tornado safe spot in Toledo. If you are there between Jewett and Greenup, absolutely, because I'm seeing that circulation show up even more between Toledo and Jewett. That is, when we get the updated scan that comes across, that thing is going to be smack dab right there, folks. I think there's a really good chance that we've got a tornado happening with this. I mean, that circulation is pretty good between Toledo and Jewett. Tornado safe spot, lowest level of your home, center part of your house. Okay, grab a helmet, something to cover yourself up with, blanket of some sorts, as the really strong winds and potential tornado move there northeast of Montrose between Jewett and Toledo, where we're seeing that rotation showing up on the storm. It's right here, folks. So there's Seth there on the bottom, was on the bottom right of your screen there with the heavy rainfall as that storm comes in. We are looking at the storm that's just to his north, and that's going to be Jewett to Toledo. Strong winds and a circulation there between Toledo and Jewett. Greenup, just kind of be paying attention there. Also should be in your tornado safe spot as that storm moves off there to the east. So we've kind of talked a lot about that. You guys are getting in some more information and pictures and some different things here. So Brandon, Jennifer, what do you got?
Yeah, Kevin, I want you to actually take a look at this picture we got sent in. We've gotten multiple of these, but this is a good example of them. People are saying, hey, these clouds, these weird-looking clouds are popping up. Why do they look like that, and what are they?
Those are actually one of my favorite clouds. They're actually called Mammatus clouds.
Of course, you have a favorite cloud.
Well, sorry,
I'm
sorry to, Mammatus clouds, pouch-like kind of shape there. Kind of hang underneath the base of the cloud and usually associated with severe thunderstorms, cumulonimbus clouds. And so Mammatus clouds, really interesting. Basically, kind of occur from some sinking air that occurs, but they take on these shapes but a lot of times it indicates turbulence, a lot of turbulence up there. And we had that today with a lot of that wind shear.
We used to call them popcorn clouds in the Air Force.
Popcorn clouds in the Air Force. There you go. Yeah, I mean, they can.
Yeah, look like
definitely can. Okay, tornado warning continues. Jewett area. If you're in Jewett, green up anywhere along I-70 and US 40 there, that is not a good stretch of road that you want to be on. I think that circulation is right over the Jewett area here as we speak. It is sitting on top. If there's something, it's going to be right there. There are other storms here. Now, these are going to be out of our viewing area, but they've had some confirmations of storms basically, and that's this kind of purple color. When you may remember this from, when was it, a week ago? Or all of these storms run together. But the purple color means confirmed, and so they've had some confirmations of tornadoes just south of our area there, south of Fayette County and down that way. But we are still in here with our tornado warnings, and a pretty good circulation again. Sits over Jewett right now. Green up. Be paying attention as this storm is heading in your direction. But right now, the Jewett area, Toledo, green up. All three of those locations still be hanging out as the tornado warning continues. Clark County, you're eventually next with this. I just want to show a wide view because there are a lot of people that are going, okay, are we done? And what I'll do is here just kind of draw a little bit of a line here. And I wish it wouldn't do that. Let me try that one more time. I'm going to draw a line here, and basically, you know, if you are anywhere west of that line, you're good. So that includes Champaign. That includes Tuscola and Arcola. I'll even say Mattoon, Shelbyville, Sullivan, Monticello, Decatur, Taylorville, Springfield, Lincoln, Clinton. You're good. Storms are done for you. You're fine. Now, for other areas, not so much west of that line. Charleston, you're still in the middle of it. Edgar County, we're still watching you. And even Danville, I think you're good. Okay, so Danville's even good. But we're still watching the storms there from Chrisman. Paris, you're going to get next with this. Westfield, Clark County, Casey, and green up next with the storms. Still storming pretty good down here into Effingham County. Let's just, we're going to take a look at a couple cameras here real quick. Tornado warning continues, Cumberland, Clark County. There's my Effingham camera. What I wanted to do was pull up our Charleston camera because it looked like it was storming pretty good down in Charleston right now. So give me a moment and it will switch over. And here comes Charleston. And again, visibility is there reduced. Severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect down there in Charleston. You can see all of the frequent lightning happening. So you've got, you know, so many areas here that we're watching that are under warnings. Constant lightning, heavy rainfall, and some flooding reported in some areas. Jennifer, you've got something?
Well, Paul, who is so into weather, we love you, Paul, there out in Danville. Okay, first we're going to talk about this. This is from the DeLand Weldon School District's Facebook page. We were talking about the damage on to the grade school, and that's why it's going to be closed.
Picture like full maybe, and with all the, you know, I think we could see it a lot better if we can remove the, you know, the background stuff and all. Is there any way to
We
make
need
that
the
full or
superintendent. If the superintendent of the district could give our newsroom a call, we would love to talk to you. We want to know what's going on there at the school so we can give people a very accurate picture of the damage that you're seeing. We're going to, I can't really tell. I mean, I know that I'm looking at the
do we have that picture? We can just
playground.
like take it full somehow, or send it to me. If you send it to me, I can take it full.
Can I talk also about the rain in Danville? So Paul, we had mentioned at 8:15 had a report of 3 inches of rain. He just sent a picture of his rain gauge. In 15 minutes, another ½ inch. So they're now up to 3.5 inches of rain there south of Danville.
Wow.
Yeah, there has been a ton of water here with this, and it's still coming down. In a lot of areas. Now Edgar and Coles County, you guys are next. Effingham County, still seeing that heavy rainfall. And again, the view from our Charleston camera showing all of that heavy rainfall. Okay, so what I'm going to do here in just a second, I'm going to show you this kind of wide view. I'm going to take you to the view of where that tornado warned storm is. Green up area. Tornadic circulation is going to be really close to you. If you're in green up, please get in your tornado safe spot right now as that storm moves in. Let's see here. Oops, let's see here. Okay. Bear with me for a second. What I'm going to do is try to pull up our picture here, and that picture that we just had, I believe, and take it full. Sometimes, so I've got a few more controls at my disposal over here in the old weather center, so I'm gonna, because I just wanted to be able to see that. It was kind of tough to see, kind of, you know, when it's small like that, so I'm gonna attempt to make it a little bit bigger for us, so all of us, including here at the studio, can see things a little bit. Okay, so it looks like what we were looking at was some sheet metal, and I'm getting ready to pull it up, kind of wrapped around a pole there, and you can see, so that's at the school, so that's going to be the park, right? That's, or their, you know, recess areas and
Playground, yep.
and playground. Yes, yes, thank you, and playground.
Well, and I want to know what's wrapped around that power pole.
I mean, that looks like some. Well, I don't know if that's sheet metal or is that like a tarp. I can't quite tell.
That's why we need the superintendent to call us.
Yeah.
We're trying to call you. We're trying to email you. Please let us know. Or the principal. They're at the school. We want to know what's happening at the school.
Okay, so that's what we're looking at there in terms of some of the damage. DeLand, Weldon school there that's sustained some damage, and they're not having school.
Not having school.
No school tomorrow.
No e-learning either.
No e-learning.
I know that's
just
a thing.
Flat out nothing.
Day off.
All right, back down to our tornado warned storm. We've got green up Toledo. Watching those areas there for the potential of tornadic circulation. It's right over green up, right on top of it. Casey, you would be next, as that storm is it's like it's on the highway. It's trekking down I-70 on the highway and heading towards Casey now. So between Greenup and Casey, that would be the area of concern. Eventually down the line, the Martinsville area. There's Seth. He's been down there. He just had that storm kind of overtake him when that storm came through. And Seth, things calming down a little bit down there, but anything of significance as that came over the top of you?
Yeah, things toning down here a little bit now. I haven't moved since the last time we checked in here, so I'm still just on the west side of Diedrich. It got really, really windy. Had some sideways rain. It was a pretty intense storm. Definitely wouldn't have wanted to be moving on the road there at the time that was moving on through. But from what I can see here in town, it looks like things were, yes, strong, but I don't believe it was enough to really affect too much here right in Diedrich. So nothing to report right here in town. What I'll probably do now, maybe let it rain just a tiny bit longer. I might circle up there to Sigel, but kind of between there and Greenup, see if there's any kind of damage left behind in the path of that stuff, and just kind of do some damage assessment from this point in the night, as it looks like things are really starting to race off to the east. Again, we're still watching that tornado warning that is heading across parts of Cumberland and Clark County, and there still appears to be some decent rotation somewhere between Greenup and Hidalgo right now, just north of Hidalgo. So we'll watch out for that. But Kevin, I think I'm going to swing back north and kind of see if there's anything here in the wake of that strongest rotation, those strong gusts, and we'll see if we can find anything here now with that front of the storm having passed on through. So still in Diedrich, we're going to hook things up there to the north and see what was possibly left behind here as that strongest storm moved on through. Hopefully, Kevin, we don't have much more than an hour or so to go here with these storms before they cross the border, and then it is out of here. Nothing on the backside of this. This front clears through, and we have nothing but peaceful weather here for the rest of the week. Just got about another hour to go before we can get there. Back to you.
All right, appreciate it for the report down there. We're back here with you. All right, so I believe, is this the Turkey Farm Road? So again, this is Mahomet, kind of southwest side of town. So Turkey Farm Road is kind of the last road there on the west side of Mahomet that connects to 150. If you go down far enough, I believe there's still construction where you can't actually go over that bridge there. But that's the road we're talking about, the Life Vineyard Church, just off of that road there, and so that's the area. So I'm gonna guess power lines there is probably the cause, or maybe some trees there. Kind of hard to tell, but that is the area there. That is Turkey Farm Road at 150, closed down. Brandon, can you kind of tell it? You're kind of looking a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I don't see any lines down right there.
I can't remember. You know, I drive that road. I just can't remember if there were power lines over there or not.
Yeah, there are. There definitely are. I see them right here along they're just right of the guardrail. So they're going along the road here. I don't that one's not down. I don't see any that are hanging there, but it's right by Wood Creek something. Estates, maybe?
Got it. Okay. So that, again, is from damage from earlier over around the Muhammad area. I'm going to have some more pictures here in just a second that will pull up from the Royal area. The Royal area that have had some damage up there. And just bear with me for a second as I try to pull those up. Sorry, folks, just doing things on the fly here. This is kind of how we have to do things sometimes. But all right, so, and again, looks like up in the rural area, looks like kind of a farm shed there that's had quite a bit of damage from storms that came through. That's what we're looking at there. With that, if we go back to the radar just real quick, or I'm sorry, the tower cam just real quick. Let me switch a couple things over here. Sorry, folks.
Oh, I got a better picture of that, Kevin. Turkey Farm Road. There are definitely power lines down.
Okay, so definitely power lines down, he says. Okay. All right, I'm showing another picture here. And if you can send it to me if you want to, if that's clear. But here's another picture. We'll come back here. So that's so you can see there's that shed there. This is up in Royal, where obviously they took some damage over there. You know, the classic farm kind of machine shed kind of thing, taking on some of the damage. So you said you got a better picture there of...
I did. I don't know if we don't have the... I don't know if we can show it yet.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Well, you work on that if you can get it and kind of let me know. We'll come back and just talk about this current tornado warning, how it's heading into Clark County now. Clark County, still some of that circulation showing up between Casey, Hazeldale, east of Greenup now, essentially southwest of Casey, if you're in Casey. And I'll tell you this here, folks, here just a little, bit when this, kind of gets into Clark County there, we kind of slowly start to hand things over to our sister station in Terre Haute that starts kind of covering this. Jesse Walker and his team over there will kind of maintain that coverage as that heads into Clark County and the Casey area. Just to kind of come back to the north and show other locations. Paris, you're about to get hit there with more, strong winds and heavy rainfall in Chrisman. These are the only warnings that are left. Let me just pull up the graphic that just shows just the warnings. Look at all the flood warnings in effect. So Vermilion, Champaign, Douglas County are all in the clear. Macon, Shelby, Moultrie, Piatt, all good. So just the counties here that you see in the colors that you're seeing, orange and red, severe thunderstorm orange, red, tornado. And more specifically, the area, the biggest area of concern is going to be with our storm that's going to be right on the Cumberland and Clark County line. Cumberland and Clark County line, where that tornadic circulation is still showing up. Casey down to Hazeldale, rotation still showing up on this. And there it is. You can see it there. It's going to be probably just south of I-70 and US 40, but pretty close. But if you're in Casey, you want to be in your tornado safe spot. Tons and tons of reports of damage, power lines, trees down. And again, we're talking about the DeLand Weldon area. What I'll do is I'm going to run back some of this to show you some of the extremely strong winds that came through with some of the storms. And it kind of lines up with, we can see it on radar with where some damage occurred. So I'm going to run this thing way back. And so now we're going to bring this up. So you can see the clock. It's going to be at the top of your screen up on the banner there above the color legend. And so we're going to start it over here at about 6:30 or so, 6:40. And that's what the radar looked like earlier, okay, as the storms kind of came through. But right here was our first indication of, possibly a couple different areas of rotation. But watch this whole area again. This was early. That's 6:41. See that kind of beige color kind of shows up there? Those are your really strong winds. Look how between these couple of scans, how the winds just exploded there between DeLand, Weldon. And so strong winds that came across. So that area right there is where the winds came through in the DeLand, Weldon area. And that was around about 6:50 p.m. when that occurred. And there was a lot of damage that was over there from this. And that's why the schools, we're told, are actually out tomorrow. Here's one of the pictures that we received. And actually, that's a tower cam. We can come back to the picture. And Jennifer, you get some more information.
I can tell you, this is why I love this job,
okay,
that I can say, please call us.
Please call us.
And the superintendent did call us. I just got off the phone with Michael Tresnak, and he said a third of the roof of the elementary school is gone. So that's what they're dealing with there. And I said, I'm so sorry you're having to go through this. But he said, you know what? No one was hurt. It was a blessing. The kids were not in the building. We can fix things. Once again, we are just grateful that no one was hurt in this. So a third of the roof of the elementary school is gone. They are trying to figure out where to go from here with that. They're going to assess the damage. We are going to try to get an interview with him for Zoom for our 10 o'clock newscast to get more of a scope of the damage there. Because I know that's not showing the roof. I didn't ask for a description of this picture. He's busy. He's doing a lot right now. But we're grateful that he called in. But again, that is the message. The roof may be gone, but the kids are okay. They weren't in the building, and no one was hurt there.
Well, I think it's, that's huge there, because we did have tornado warnings today while kids were in school, and nothing came of that. Those storms just did not, weren't to the level. And obviously you would rather the kids not be in the school, and that's what happened. So it was almost good timing on both of those.
And we had a story with the Tolono superintendent, a principal, I don't remember, who said he's in his experience in education, he's never had a tornado warning and a power outage at the same time. So that was a lot for some schools to deal with. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest here. Our typical times for tornado warnings are usually after 3 p.m. It's 4 p.m., it's 5 p.m., it's 6 p.m., it's nighttime. So having tornado warnings at noon, not common really in our area. It happens only a handful of times, and we had all of Champaign County that was under a tornado warning earlier. So I was dropping my son off at school in the middle of a tornado warning. That was interesting. My mom's in assisted living, and I was telling her, okay, now get into the bathroom.
Sure.
And he had to do it in the morning and then again in the evening.
Yeah.
We just got those pictures from Turkey Farm Road there. Okay,
so that's going to be Mahomet there, Turkey Farm Road. And man, yeah, that's a lot. Quite a few lines.
You really see the lines there.
And then you can see the lines there. So that's why, again, you can't be out there. That's going to take some time to repair. So there you go. There's Mahomet Corn Belt Fire District out there. Yep, that's going to be close to my neck of the woods over there.
Yep.
Well, and again, in my neighborhood over there, luckily most of the main power lines are buried, and they're maybe just like a little feeder line and whatnot. But part is you get kind of closer to 150, because all of those lines shoot down 150 and they go to that substation that's right there on the Piatt and Champaign County line. And so you get a little bit more of those lines kind of feeding down that way towards 150. And so it looks like several lines down. And yeah.
Ryan Ziegler out of Mahomet.
Okay, cool. Thank you to Ryan for those photos over there. And again, it lined up perfect as I was looking on a radar. And again, you probably even noticed a change in my own tone of voice. I'm like, oh, that's where my family is. That's where I live, you know. But we saw it on radar, and those winds were strong. And I was, you know, kind of worried about the winds. Basically, it started at the DeLane Weldon area, and they just kind of exploded across there into Piatt County earlier. Okay, it is 8:48 p.m. here. Our tornado warning is starting to push more into Clark County, which is where we kind of start handing over the reins of coverage to our sister station that is over into the Terre Haute area. Just want to track it here real quick because I know we've got a lot of people that do still watch us down in the Casey area. So I'm going to let that pass here. You guys, if you want to effort any last minute kind of things, feel free, but probably in the next few minutes, we are probably going to go back to our regular programming here. And then we actually are having a live newscast, of course, at 9 o'clock that we're going to be doing, and then 10 o'clock, and hopefully a recap of things. Take a deep breath, filter through all of the reports, all the things that are still coming into us. Our inboxes are full. Thank you to all your responses and messages and people getting back to us and whatnot. But I think tomorrow we're going to hear even more. Now, are we going to have multiple tornadoes? I don't know. I think this was a big wind damage thing, widespread winds, maybe a few circulations here. But there were, you know, there was 10-mile stretches of 70-mile-an-hour winds there. So you get a lot more people impacted as opposed to a tornado that goes through kind of a neighborhood. There goes Brandon in front of the key. We always, there he goes right there.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
This event seems, we've got more power outages.
Yeah.
Maybe not the number of tornadoes, but there are a lot of people who are in the dark tonight.
I mean, I say it all the time, is that it is the wind damage events. It's the derechos. It's, you know, those impact far more people more times than not than a tornado. Now, if a tornado comes, you know, right through the middle of Gifford, like it did in 2013, yeah, big deal. But we have a lot of times tornadoes that, you know, go through, you know, maybe a farm field, very unpopulated areas, and so, or maybe just a neighborhood in a city, and it's a smaller tornado. So you don't get as many people impacted. On these straight line wind damage events, on the derecho events, you can get thousands of people that are impacted by these kind of events. So sometimes they are more of a higher impact, even though the, you know, quote unquote, lack of a better term, sexier term that they say is tornadoes, but damaging winds and straight line winds and derechos are definitely more impactful to more people. And I think that's possibly what came out of today. There's probably going to be some circulations that, you know, probably are realized out of this, but definitely it's been the winds here that have been the big thing. So again, we're just kind of walking this through Casey, and then we hand things over to our sister station in Terre Haute, WCIA, and Jesse Walker and his team over there. If you're watching us in Edgar County, it's still storming pretty good there in Paris. You've still got a severe thunderstorm warning for you. Danville is done. Champaign, obviously, we've given you the clear a long time ago. Seth's still kind of hanging down there in Effingham County here tonight and watching the storms down there. But we're kind of in the last few minutes of our coverage here. I'll go to Brandon and Jennifer. If you guys got anything more before we kind of wrap our coverage?
Well, just speaking of wrapping, the DeLane Weldon, somebody from there is saying, we were talking about what was that material around the pole, and someone is saying it's the rubber roof around the pole. Can we put up that picture one more time? DeLane Weldon. Don't apologize, Kevin. We've been going at this for how long?
Right.
No, you're good.
So we have so many different controls over here.
While we're looking that up, I am kind of curious. What's the highest wind speed we saw today?
Well, see, that's tough. I'm going to guess 80. Now, I have to go back and look at some of the reports, but it's also very difficult to judge that without an anemometer, and not everybody has an anemometer. So I'm going to guess.
Not 80. Everyone has an anemometer. What?
Yeah, not everybody.
I asked for one for Christmas.
Well, listen, I'll get you guys one. So that's the rubber kind of roofing material?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry, we're going back to that. I was seeing if anybody was commenting on the DeLand Weldon Facebook page. But yes, this person is saying that is the rubber roof. That's not coming from the superintendent. That's coming from somebody perhaps in the know. But we do know that a third of the roof is gone. There is no school there tomorrow. We're going to get the superintendent on the phone again and have perhaps a fuller report tonight at 10.
And no e-learning.
No e-learning.
Okay, there you go. Well, they might. The kids might be in there helping them pick up roof pieces here before too long. Okay, guys, so here's what we've got. Just kind of the wide view of things. Once again, storms exiting the area. Clark County, we kind of get through Casey there and then hand it off to our friends there in Terre Haute. So Marshall, Martinsville area, kind of watching things down that way. If you'd like to continue to kind of see the coverage there, tune in to it's WTWO, it's Channel 2 down there in Terre Haute, and Jesse and his team will continue the coverage there. The severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of ending before too long there in Paris. I know, listen, if you're in Paris, you're going, it's no storming really good down here. It will be calming down soon, but you still got another 10, 15 minutes of that before things start to clear. So, again, folks, we had to cut in. We've had tornado warnings constant for several hours now, and we're starting to see things at least calm down for the time being. But now attention turns to the cleanup, the reports and things coming into us about kind of just what transpired tonight. We're going to have as much as we can here at 9 o'clock on WCIX. If you can get us on there, you can switch over. If not, we'll be back right here at 10 o'clock as well. So, oh, okay.
And Tyler Hill is going to give us a wrap-up of what happened in DeLand and just an overview of other damage across the area.
Great. So full team coverage coming up here, and we'll have the very latest. But again, for the folks there in the control room, we're gonna go ahead and kind of step aside here. I know, I kept to the last 5 minutes of your show here and whatnot, but we should not be cutting in any more here through the rest of tonight. So that's some good news there. Okay, thanks for joining us here tonight. Hopefully everybody got through the storms okay, but here we go again. Went through another event. But we wrap things up here tonight from the Weather Center. I'm WCIA3 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you again tonight, hopefully at 9 and 10 o'clock. Stay safe out there.